It's bad, y'all. It's bad. I feel like a conspiracy theorist, except that I'm actually finding shit. So I want to go over all that today, but a new squirrel just came in front of my monotropism tunnel. And so I'm gonna have to put all that on hold for a minute. PF Jung just released. I'll put the link. I don't know what to expect. He just released the a tier list of his orbiters, of which apparently I am one. So I'm somewhere on this tier, and we're about to find out where and what the commentary is. I watched his tier thing of real YouTube people, and it was quite. He calls himself a comedy show, so we're gonna take it in that spirit. But I need to take a look at this to get it off my brain, and then hang on, I need to share it too. So let's take a look. Oh, by the way, I'm live. I'm going to try to go live later. This is my. I've been looking at DEI stuff, and I have too much built up. And I said I want to, while this is fresh and while I'm looking at it, I want to capture it on stream, and we could all look at it together, or at least I have it archived to reference later. And so I want to kind of take my explorations live because it's turning up all kind of stuff that, as usual, I was so oblivious of. All right, but first, PF Jung and the tier list. I'm going to go on mute.
Enlightened centrism is obviously a meme for the masses, but I've also drawn a number of persons of influence into my orbit. So let's go through, rank my orbiters, and see what they comment on this video. Okay, first up, we have Tierzoo. Tierzoo, one of my most successful orbiters, several million subscribers. Well done to him. I think we put him in A tier, right? Nice guy, archetypal master of infotainment, sort of the best example of mixing entertainment and information in a useful way that I try to model with my League of Legends videos. Unfortunately, he's just too moderate. I asked him to make a video proclaiming his allegiance to enlightened centrism, and he refused. So, that keeps him at A tier, but good stuff overall. Okay, next up is FD Signifier. FD is always talking shit about me.
You should connect with PF Jung. He is a to quote him, enlightened centrist. He's kind of a shit bird. I would never bring him to my audience, like not even like to clown. Well, yeah, probably not.
Sure.
But he's like, I think he's genuine in his bad politics, though. If that makes
Jesus
sense.
Christ.
FD is an anti-centrist bum, but he does leave respectful comments on my videos, and he engages with some of my stuff. So, he's in the orbit, but he's D tier, obviously, way too far left, and we'll bring him to the glorious center at some point. Okay, I can sense the centrism brewing inside him. Next up, Andrew Wilson from The Crucible, also D tier, abrasive, intolerable asshole, but a useful pawn of enlightened centrism, pushing back against the degeneracy on the red pill right. As I said before, Andrew is someone who respects and responds to strength, and a lot of people don't like it, but that's just, there's certain people like that in the world, and you got to respect them.
Hang on, let me pause you right there. He didn't respond well to my strength at all. You can go watch our debate, and then you could go watch our verbal combat little exchange and tell me strength. Well, he didn't respond to this faggot's strength and raw masculine debate style.
For what they do. And when you put it all on balance, compared to other people he talks to, he does show a level of respect to me that I am appreciative of. So, but he gets D tier along with FD Signifier. That's embarrassing. Okay, next up, CJ the X, the light side Jordan Peterson.
I, as a joke, called myself a light side Jordan Peterson.
Also A tier. CJ is basically, what I am to many of my viewers, CJ is to me in terms of, I watch his channel the most of any channel. I'll probably watch most, if not all, videos of his.
I guess this is a reaction video after all. So he's our panel grandfather. Man, they're getting younger and younger as we go up the generations. because we're descended from PFU. Or we'll find out if I still claim him after this video. We'll see what tier I end up in. One moment.
And I think he condenses complex philosophical information very, very well and in an entertaining way. If you enjoy my more, advanced videos, you will definitely enjoy CJ the X, so check him out. Next up is Anton Gold Becoming, one of the original hosts of the now defunct Gender Fucks podcast. That's Gender F-U-X, not F-U-C-K-S. He makes some great videos that I've gained insight from. But he's at B tier because he hasn't put out enough videos, the son of a bitch. So go.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Andrew and I have a series on my channel we did together, and then life got busy. But he's always welcome this channel. He's made plenty of appearances. I cannot say enough good things about Anton. Follow his channel. In fact, I'm going to put it in the chat. He is Gold Becoming on YouTube. And I agree. That's what I was going to say too. He doesn't put out enough content. But I wonder if Paul's going to link all these channels in his video. Well, anyway, y'all can find him. Y'all are intelligent. All right, back to the video.
Over to his channel, Gold Becoming, and comment, where are the videos, you absolute dweeb? Next up, Chris Kavanaugh from Decoding the Gurus, C tier, straight to C tier. Nice guy. Enjoy talking to him. I learn a lot from him sharing his perspective and criticisms on people like Jordan Peterson. But he is just a heathen against enlightened centrism, and it's wildly unacceptable. But I'll allow it. I guess it's unacceptable, but it's not like there's nothing I can do about it. So I can put him in C tier and shame him until he joins the glorious Enlightened Center, which will be inevitable, where everyone ends up. Next up, JJ McCullough. Obviously S tier, okay? Enlightened centrist versus dark centrist is the premier political / philosophical / cultural / metaphysical YouTube commentary show. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone says it's the cat's pajamas. Even though JJ's obviously in his neoliberal bubble and he's a shill for big pharma.
I do agree with JJ on several things against Paul, particularly Israel. And JJ, I've got to give him his props. He's like a leftist / progressive, and he's Canadian, so their scale is a little different. Masquerading as a centrist or trying to play centrist sides and stuff. And he has right-wing phobia, but he pretends to not be biased. But all that aside, he is one of the best debunkers of conspiracy theories. Like he catches the same things I do when he hears people talking and saying, how do you know that? That's a conspiracy theory. He even knows like the origins of some of them. So me and him are like this on the conspiracy stuff. He's like my anti-conspiracy ally. I guess for that alone, I will tolerate his presence in S tier.
And the military-industrial complex and big finance and all of that. He provides a useful foil for engaging intellectual discussion. So S tier, obviously, partner in crime, Mr. JJ McCullough. Although he's Canadian, so I should bring him down. No, we'll leave him at S. It's fine. Okay, next up, James Cussin from Living Philosophy. I believe that's how you say it, Cussin. Smart guy, very witty, good guy overall. B tier, though, and the reason we put him in B tier is because he criticized Jordan Peterson, and obviously you can't do that. But actually, the real reason is because he had a very good video about Michel Foucault and the postmodernists and how they were up to some weird shit as far as abolishing certain laws around age restrictions between the kind of relations that adults and children can have with each other.
Y'all keep hearing me talk about queer theory. That's what he's referring to. And I've done plenty of threads on it. Anton's done videos on it. We've had conversations on it. That's again, it's like the conspiracy stuff where you actually find things. That's one of those. Queer theories and one of them.
Each other. And he took the video down because it was getting consumed by a bunch of trolls, obviously. But, you got to commit to free speech, all right? Enlightened Centrism 101, free speech, uber alles. Next up, counterpoints. Also B tier. I would put him in A tier as an orbiter in terms of he retweets all my tweets, great stuff. He is an adult with a family and he learns how to touch grass. He's done some actual volunteer work in regards to helping out some people after a hurricane came through, and I think he leveraged his online community, so he did pretty well. Also, you know what? Based Warhammer videos puts him at A tier. We're revising. That's go watch the Warhammer stuff. He made a bolter. That's incredible. Okay, next up, Pine Creek Doug. Pine Creek, C tier. He's first off C tier. Utterly, first off, probably the worst hairline of anyone on this list. Extremely rude and sarcastic, and his hypotheticals are awful. And unfortunately, he's probably me in 50 years or whatever he is. I think he's 60-some, 70-some like that. But he did bend the knee to enlightened centrism, so we will give him some respect for that.
P.F. Chung has convinced me to call myself an enlightened centrist.
Okay, next up is Destiny. Destiny is C tier. He reacts to my videos every now and then, which makes me money, so that's great. And he'll show up to debate me every now and then on a panel or two, and I absolutely wreck him, of course, obviously. Destiny, as I've said before, is a sociopathic truth machine, committed to the truth.
We've watched a couple of this guy's things before. He is really good at this.
Everyone benefits from it, not him. I think he pays a significant price psychologically. And he would probably do well to watch my video, Why Everyone Who Disagrees with Me is Probably Autistic, because he's too focused on the logical coherency of ideas. It's like, bro, there's deeper things at play here than logic. Also, he's too mean, I think, just generally. Too mean, and he should be nicer. So he's C tier orbiter. Next up, Rowan. Rowan is B tier, musically and artistically talented.
Yes, I would agree as well. One of our favorite leftists, Rowan's also been on the show several times, particularly around the beginning of the the current Israel-Palestine conflict, and we had a lot of in-depth conversations on it from opposite perspectives. I agree about Rowan and B tier or wherever he is.
Memes are in competition with my memes for best memes ever. His rap battles are pretty goddamn good. It's really hard to say otherwise. And it was nice of him to pack up his whole family. He actually picked up his whole family, 7 children, moved them to Dallas just so he could be close enough to do the in-person podcasts for PFing Media. So that's great. But he's still a member of Destiny's cult who believes that not everyone is religious, which is just a classic non-enlightened centrist mistake. And he cares too much about philosophy. And he's a nerd. He's a nerd when he should be caring more about the memes. So we'll keep him at B tier. Josiah, pondering politics, straight to D tier. Progressive and actually he's closeted fascist. I think he said he should. I think he said as long as the Democrats are doing it, we should overtake the Supreme Court or some shit like that.
And then I would turn to the Supreme Court and be like, guys, I dare you to try to order me into default. And if you do, then I'll do what President Lincoln did during the Civil War. Non-acquiescence. The Supreme Court has no army. They've got shit. All they have is good faith. And if you're not going to exercise good faith, well, then I'm not going to exercise good faith. And just remind everybody that Joe Biden, sometimes I feel like he forgets it, is the most powerful man on earth.
But you know what? He's a very nice guy, especially offline. He's given me some good advice and some good encouragement.
Hang on. Yeah, that's an example of why he's in the tier he is. But if they don't rule like he wants them to rule, that's not good faith. And he's going to threaten to overthrow them or replace them or pack them or whatever. Child, stay in your tier.
And he's willing to debate Pine Creek Doug. And if you're willing to debate Pine Creek Doug, that's pretty powerful. So, but he's a progressive shill. And anyone who's a straight up partisan can't be higher than D tier, Sitch and Adam, B tier. Sitch and Adam, the original enlightened centrists. Great stuff. We've talked before. We've butt heads over various issues, Israel-Palestine on some things. And they showed a severe lack of faith in my ability to convert Vosh to enlightened centrism, which turned out we're probably right about. But they do, I think, advance the vanguard of the glorious center. And that's great stuff. So shout out to Sitch and Adam. And to be honest, I believe Adam sharing my video was the first time I went over 1,000 subscribers. So technically, I owe my feudal allegiance to Adam. He's my liege lord. But we'll keep him B tier for now. Next.
Sitch and Adam they're our liege lord, grand liege lords or uncles, something. We're getting our panel genealogy through this video too, because we come from PFU. He's our official panel daddy. And he came from, who did he say? Not McCullough. I forget some. CJ the X, which I found out I guess is our panel grandfather. I own him. And now this Ed's, what is it? Panel Lord guy, Overlord guy is also involved. That's pretty cool. All right, back to the video.
Gen X Jeff, S tier, the gay Satanist moderator of PF Young Media, the OG. Him and Chris have their streams, I believe, every day. Jeff is a good guy, and he's been moderating the PF Young chats for some time. I don't know if he's been doing it as of late, but absolute S tier orbiter. And really, if you don't have a gay Satanist moderator in your sphere, then what are you even doing? Wick from Wick TV, B tier. Why? Because
oh my god, I'm stroking out right now. I feel like I just want an Oscar. I feel, you know how like you see them at the academies and they're like sitting in their little chair and stuff. Some of them I like are surprised they even were nominated, and I feel like my name just got. I am up in S tier with JJ McCullough. Well, he puts the clear-sighted, anti-conspiracist, more philosophically oriented people, and where we need to be in the enlightened centrist movements. That's where Plato would have us. Now, if we could get the children's to list, I'm probably going to be bumping myself down some tiers right now just by critiquing. I was honestly expecting either a spanking from my panel daddy and to end up in a lower tier because of some disagreements on topics we have, or maybe some trolling that I may not have participated in. Or like an honest critique. I know, huh? Girl. Okay. I'm gonna send you the link. You can come up and what I want to do my DEI thing. So, but I want to get you up here too. We need to talk and celebrate. I can't, I'm shocked. Like this really does feel like the Oscars, Chris. We just won some kind of panel award. Whoever knows how to clip, please clip. I need to send that to everyone, friends, family, everyone. Wow. Or I was expecting like one of the middle tiers with some honest critique of, oh, he's a decent stream, but he's in this tier because of this and this. I was not expecting this. Wow, Paul. you just like upped the Oedipal burden, because I feel even more like honored to come from your channel and like the burden and obligation and duty of living up to that. I am still working for enlightened centrism. I'm trying to work the side you're not, the side you've kind of like abdicated, the logic philosophy side. So I'm trying to work that side and get it fortified and still keep the logical case for enlightened centrism and logic and scientific method and all that in general, rationality, empiricism. So I am doing my part for enlightened centrism and mental health. I'm keeping all you motherfuckers sane and all you neurodivergent weirdos that find your way here. The only recommendation I have at large for enlightened centrism is get yourself some combs. They used to have them at the dollar store for like 10 for $1. That's a dime per comb. Everybody that calls into these enlightened centrism shows looks like they just got out of bed. They have Daffy Duck hair this way, Looney Tune Tweety Bird hair that way. Combs. If we're gonna do this enlightened centrism thing, we cannot do it on the bed head that y'all been riding on so far. So I don't care if it is a TikTok trend. All right. Whew. Wow. I forgot all about the DEI stuff now, which is dangerous because it's important stuff. All right, back to the video.
As he's a nice guy, but he's too progressive, and he's in Destiny's cult like half of these people on here. Maybe not on this list, but most of these people on the internet nowadays. Bonus points for being a Lex Friedman orbiter, because Lex Friedman is always commenting on Wix stuff, so great stuff. And he just facilitates great conversation.
The panel verse is getting smaller and smaller. Someone told me one day on my about my stream, they said, have you heard of Lex Friedman? And I'm like, I know the name. I'm not really familiar with him. I didn't know he was this big popular podcast guy. And they said, you have the style of Lex Friedman. You're very calm and pleasant to talk to. And so I watched Lex Friedman and I kind of saw what he was talking about, but I'm like, that's all? That's all Lex Friedman is? Yeah, I think I can do that, but I think I can do more than just what he does. So if Lex Friedman is tied in and he's one of the new standards or benchmarks or whatever, it's interesting to hear it show up on this video as well.
Conversations. He's a very nice guy. So solid stuff. B tier. B tier is not bad. Remember, we're adults here. This is a normal distribution. Okay. B is average, but average PF Young Orbiter puts you in, the elite ranks. So great stuff. Next up, John Pike Bridges. We put him in D tier for one reason only. Okay. One reason only. First off, great guy. Came down to Dallas from Canada, fled the communist country of Canada to do an in-person podcast. Great stuff. Very talented musician. I believe I'm in his 0.001% of listeners on Spotify because it's just straight up good music. And he's got excellent mimetic capabilities with his music videos on Twitter that you should absolutely check out because they're hilarious.
Oh, baby.
Look at what Twitter has done to Elon. Hunter Biden literally could have had the corpses of children in his basement. I would not have cared. Whatever scope of Joe Biden's corruption is.
But the reason he's in D tier is because he shits on team fight tactics in League of Legends, and that's unacceptable and is an immediate D tier. And in fact,
Petty. Shame. John belongs in Anton or my tier. Anton, like the lack of content, yes. This is kind of just like a little Anton, we see more potential in you. No pressure. But the John thing is inexcusable, especially with that Pride music that he had going in the background. He should create some Pride music for our stream for the month. We could do a panel dance. I know he's super busy. I'm gonna have to defend my boy John here. What is it? S or B? At least. Come on, Paul.
should be expelled from orbit, but we'll make an exception. Next up is Vosh. Vosh also D tier. Why? Because he's a postmodernist. Okay. And look, I get people want to accuse me of being postmodernist. Fine. If you want to call pragmatism postmodernism, go ahead. Be my guest. I'm talking postmodernism in the cringy, let's define terms so there's nothing is real and truth is not a real thing and blah, 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 blah. Postmodern bread tuber, but you know what? When I debated him, he was a nice guy to me.
I actually did like talking to Paul. A good amount. But with Paul, my man's actually a guy, like a person, you know?
And I think
that's the debate. That's when I found out about P.F. Young, actually, was from that debate. I don't even know how. I'm not even a Vosh follower. I have no idea how I ended up watching that debate at all. But where Vosh said all the conservatives or people on the right are ideological descendants of the KKK, which Paul pushed back on right away very eloquently, and that put Paul on my attention immediately. And Vosh did his little waffling, dancing around thing that he does, and he's like, at first he said they're direct descendants of, and then he said there's an ideological through line. And Paul's like, no, there's not. And I'm screaming at the screen, no, there's not. And so that is the video he's talking about, if y'all want to see it. It's I don't watch a lot of Vosh videos, but if I had to watch one, that's probably the one I would pick. Or the Andrew Wilson debate for entertainment.
we need to build more bridges in the world. So I'm not going to throw him under the bus. I'll just put him in D tier in the PF Young Orbiter tier list. Then lastly, we have J-Reg.
I don't want to build a bridge with Vosh. I tried that with some of his followers, and it didn't go well, and it fit a certain pattern. And if y'all want to build bridges, I think that is good. I don't know if I'm the best one to build that bridge.
I'm not going to elaborate on this. Neither will I elaborate on any time I put J-Reg in any tier list of mine.
You got good riz, as the kids say.
All right, everyone, this has been the PF Young Orbiter tier list. Great stuff. Links to every conversation I've had with these people in the description. Godspeed.
Let's talk about this. I wasn't expecting this. He put me up there with the Canadians. I'm with J-Reg and what's his face? McCullough. Well, can I have a little tiny fraction of their subscribers, like about 200, please, so we could get this off the ground for enlightened centrism. Enlightened centrism, mental health support, community, third place, general hangout space, gaming room, think tank, educational programming, all kind of shit rolled into one, and all for free, and all pretty much a 1 or 2 or 3 man woman show right now. This is spit and bubble gum. So if you're out there and you appreciate any of this, the only thing I ask is right now is spread the word so we can get the subscriber count up. We have all the other metrics we need, view hours, everything else. Okay. DEI. So all of this started, Chris, I'm going to start the topic because I think it's one that it'd be good for you to come in onto at some point. So I want to kind of lay the groundwork for it. And then at some point, I'm going to bring you in to talk about the topic as well and the PF Jung thing, which, oh my God, I need to hang on. In fact, right now, I need to post it. Oops, hang on. Sorry. Intermission real quick. I have to multitask here. So the whole DEI thing started yesterday, I think I said, when I started I'm trying to put together a little curriculum for a video series on peer support. It is now that you showed up, Frank. This is some serious shit. Look, have you seen this video? Fucking watch it. And then come here and talk your shit. Talk your bullshit to me. Do you know who you're talking to? Oh my God, he's created a monster. Y'all are going to need to help me. I have trouble with humility as it is and ego. And this is really going to be a test. This is definitely a trial on the path of the hero's journey, which hopefully I'll get to talk about later today if I end up doing the stream. It may get postponed because of this DEI stuff. All right. But yes, Frank, watch this video. Watch it. Put your eyeballs to the screen. You can fast forward to my part if the suspense is killing you. But I think you will find it interesting and instructive. All right, let me do a little bit more. I'm proud to be an orbiter, by the way. I am not. That does not make me feel oppressed or anything. All right. I'm back with y'all. The DEI shit. So I started looking for materials and resources to kind of help me put together this curriculum, and it led me to the federal site, the federal mental health department, whatever site. And I showed you that Washington State Department of Equity the other day and how it's embedded in the state government. It's an ideology embedded into the state. And then I noticed that there's a federal Bureau of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and I showed you all that yesterday. And I've been digging deeper and deeper into that, and I discovered this executive order thing. It's the one Trump issued, and it's called 13590 or 950. I've been having a conversation with the AI over it. Executive Order 13950. He titled it Combating Race and Sex Stereotyping, and it was an order issued by his administration. I had read it a few years ago, and I was very impressed by it. I didn't even realize it had come from Trump at the time. And I know he didn't write it, but whoever wrote it, they were expressing my thoughts on everything I was going to experience a few years later. So when Trump was elected, and he did this this was in 2020. Okay. I didn't realize it was so late. This was after all the George Floyd stuff. So this was about the time I was noticing the wokeness as well, and kind of waking up myself from the left and drifting to the center, and now the center right. So he put out this executive order called Combating Race and Sex Stereotyping, and it was supposed to prohibit federal contractors and stuff from doing certain DEI training programs, which I agree, some of these are bad. Like, I think some of these are pushing ideology, not reality. And the court shut it down on free speech grounds because it prohibited people like expressing themselves in the workplace and stuff. And it was kind of too far. And I agree. And then Biden rescinded it and replaced it with something called, and I knew about this, I just didn't really, and I even read it at the time, or I glanced at it, but I didn't connect it to the stuff I'm seeing now in the mental health field, particularly on the peer support side. Because it was in the mental health side years ago. I was involved in some of those organizations, but I'm seeing it now as I'm looking at all this peer support stuff. And it's called Executive Order 13985. He signed it in January 2021, that like the month he got elected. So he went in, like got in office and ran to the desk, grabbed a pen and signed this thing. And this was like months after Trump did this thing to kind of curb DEI, which a court put on hold because of it clashed with some existing rights. And ever since, this order 13985 has been in place. And so this is from the AI, and feel free to fact check me. Here's how the AI summarized it. These are some of the key points. There's a focus on racial equity. So it prioritizes fair treatment for all races and ethnicities. Okay, fine. Sounds good. Support for underserved communities, improving federal programs and service benefits to historically disadvantaged groups. That's going to become important later. Okay, yeah, not bad. Expand access to as many people as you can, sure. Review of existing policies. So this is the part that, to me, it seems to focus on, and that these mental health agencies are using to expand their DEI bureaucracy. Federal agencies are tasked, not state, federal agencies are tasked with reviewing their policies to identify and address any racial inequity. So they have to look at their policies, and they have a certain date, and this is all in the past, to make their report and show that their policies are not disadvantaging any groups. And it establishes racial equity as an ongoing goal. So they have to make these equity commitments and meet these ongoing goals, federal government goals around equity. Now, the Supremes just tossed affirmative action. So here was my question after listening to all of that. I said, isn't all of that already covered under existing civil rights law? Like, why? That's a weird order. Like, go and review your policies and make sure that they're not racially impacting people, even though we already have laws for that. And so AI says, you're right. There is significant overlap between Executive Order 13985 and existing civil rights laws. Here's how they connect. The laws, like the Civil Rights Act of 1964, prohibit discrimination based on all these categories and provide legal recourse, etc. The order builds on those laws. So it focuses on proactive measures within the government to identify and address, listen, y'all, systemic racism, that phantom racism that nobody can show me is now embedded into the government at the federal and state level here in Washington. It can't be demonstrated using this logic way of thinking that we talked about. It can only be believed in using this story myth. This is a modern social mythology. We watched. So as far as the LGB thing, we saw yesterday, we saw the graph climb. So it's to address systemic racism in its policies and programs. It doesn't create new legal rights, but it aims to ensure that existing laws are being upheld effectively. Okay, well, already you said it's proactive. So you said it builds on the existing laws and it adds this proactive elements where they police for this extra layer of future racism or hidden racism. And but now you're saying all they're doing is making sure that the existing laws are upheld. It looks like it's a combination of both, the way it's being pushed, the way I'm seeing it implemented in my field. So it says the executive order is an additional layer focused specifically on how the government itself functions and serves different communities. Okay, so my next question, was there a reason to think that they weren't being upheld? Like the existing laws, was there a reason to think they needed to do this in the first place? Yes, there were reasons to believe. Existing civil rights laws weren't fully upheld regarding racial equity within the government. And so all of this talks about racial equity, but it doesn't stop at race. And we'll get to that. All right, here are some of the factors that influenced their belief that the existing laws were not being fully upheld. And of course, upheld by individuals, which means the racism was in the individuals charged with upholding the laws, because the laws themselves were clearly designed for equality under the law. Systemic bias. So even without explicit intentional discrimination, so even if you don't intend or will discrimination, policies and practices can have unintended consequences that disproportionately disadvantage certain racial groups. They call that systemic bias. And I've struggled with this for so long, and I don't want to get into it here today unless y'all want to talk about it on the panel later. But I don't know how systems can be biased or racist. To me, that's a psychological phenomenon, and it takes a human to do it. Like you can have a policy that impacts certain groups in certain ways, but we've corrected most of those. And if there are any current ones, then show them to us. We can get those corrected. They never do, by the way. I ask every time, show me a policy. They talk about redlining. I say, well, that's illegal. We already have laws. You just need to enforce. The Supreme Court already ruled on affirmative action. So this systemic bias is getting harder and harder to find, but the departments in charge of finding it are getting bigger and bigger and bigger and encroaching more and more and more on what I'm trying to do. Also, enforcement challenges. So they have legal protections, but when they try to enforce them, the outcomes aren't always the same. So that's another area where they see disparities. And then the racial makeup of the population is constantly changing, constantly changing. And the order acknowledges that the past efforts might not fully address the needs of today's diverse communities. What's different about this part makes me, what is different about, like, how much are they changing and how drastically are they changing that suddenly these needs are so different? I've taught minority communities and I come from one. Aren't they needs that kind of have always been there and you just gradually discover them and they get communicated? So all of this, none of this sounds evidence-based. It sounds belief-based, ideology-based, mythology-based, will and desire-based, romanticized versus realistic, which we'll talk about today or tomorrow. So then I asked about the Trump order that it replaced, and it told me about all the legal challenges it faced and why it didn't get implemented. And then I asked, how did the LGBTQ plus groups come under the purview of this racial order? Because they seem to be using it now in support of their own agendas, because a lot of this mental health equity stuff, for some reason, is centered around LGBTQ and trans. So AI says you're right. There seems to be a confusion between the two executive orders. And here's the breakdown. 13950, which is Biden's order, targeted diversity. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Trump's order. So Trump's order had no connection to LGBT rights. It was strictly DEI programs, which some of them talk about LGBT rights. Executive order, the Biden one, 13985, focuses on advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities. Keep that in mind, underserved communities, because they have determined what those are. It emphasized building a diverse and inclusive, that's the D and the I of DEI, federal workforce, and eliminating discrimination based on various factors, including sexual orientation and gender identity. So even though it focuses on racial inequity or supposed inequities, disparities at least, it also includes gender, sexual orientation, and all these other protected classes. So the LGBT groups use this order to promote non-discrimination for their own identities as well. And that, like the alphabet group, keeps expanding too. And that's why you have straight queer people now. So it's broader than race. While the title mentions racial equity specifically, the order focuses on underserved communities in general, and there's a whole list of them. In fact, let me... Oh, shit, I should have pulled up the list. Let me find them. It's from that federal office. That we looked at yesterday. They had a list of specific behavioral health equity. That's the name of the department. And this is a federal department in the federal government. And they had a list of centering at the margins, they call it. They had a list of the specific underserved communities. Here we go. The term underserved communities, and this is from the federal order itself, refers to populations sharing a particular characteristic as well as geographic communities that have been systematically denied a full opportunity to participate in aspects. Oh, no, here it is. Black, Latino, and Indigenous and Native American persons, Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, other persons of color, members of religious minorities, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer, and they have in parentheses LGBTQ plus persons, persons with disabilities, autism, ADHD, mental health, neurodivergence, PTSD, persons who live in rural areas, so country people, and persons otherwise adversely affected by persistent poverty or inequality. I actually want to share this part. Look, it's this definition right here. The term equity means consistent and systematic, fair, just, and impartial treatment of all individuals, including individuals who belong to underserved communities. So we've already have this under our existing civil rights laws. There's those categories you can't discriminate against. And they're saying that there's these communities that are still being discriminated against. So they need this order. And look how these categories have expanded. And now it's persons who live in rural areas. So if you live in a rural area, you get equity. Like, raise a fuss. Use this order. If the gays can use it, y'all can use it too. We can do this. Can be rural pride as well as LGBTQR plus pride. Okay, so my next question to the AI, because as I was reading this, I'm like, historically marginalized, struggle, kept out of society. I said, that sounds awfully familiar. I said, why are Cajuns or other minority ethnicities, such as the Irish, the Italians, not included under historically marginalized groups, or Jewish, which they certainly would be given their own history? And the AI says, you're right. Cajuns have faced historical marginalization and should be considered in discussions of historically marginalized groups in certain contexts. Oh, really? What context? With the ones where they're not counted as white? The same for the Jews, Jewish people. Here's why they might not be explicitly mentioned in discussions about Executive Order 1389985. The focus seems to be on addressing systemic inequalities faced by racial and ethnic minorities. While Cajuns face hardships like ethnic cleansing, yeah, we face hardships. Their marginalization might not be categorized in the same way as African Americans, Latinx Americans, or Native Americans. So it's a categorization thing that kept us out. How convenient. That happened in Louisiana too, when they classified us from white ethnics or people of color to white. When we got the Louisiana way was one way, and then when we became part of the United States, we got reclassified as white. But before, we were white ethnics or people of color. And so they recognized that margin that we occupied, and that got folded into whiteness, just like it did with Jewish people and now Asians and even some Black and Hispanic people. The degree of marginalization, we weren't marginalized enough. We were ethnically cleansed, kicked from our homeland. They took it, never to be seen again. We settled in the swamps of Louisiana after a very arduous cross-country journey. We were treated like shit by all the colonists that we landed in, that they tried to send us to. But it wasn't marginalized enough to qualify for this protection. The experience may not be seen as comparable to the ongoing struggles of racial minorities. I guess in a sense they have a point, because we kind of have our space now, like South Louisiana, Acadiana. We carved out our space, and that's kind of our Cajun homeland, like Israel is for the Jews. So in a sense, we do have our society now, and it is respected, and it's partially assimilated, but we've still retaining our cultural identity. So I wouldn't say we're currently oppressed, but I also would not say that we don't have a history of it like these other groups. And then the specificity of the order, that it might be targeting specific federal programs aimed at addressing racial or ethnic disparities. Again, we're an ethnicity. Why would we not be included? We might not be a primary target for these specific programs, so they only target certain ethnicities. So then they expand the order, but then they narrow the order again within that expansion, like gerrymandering. I've yet to have a woke person address the Cajun issue. If anybody wants to have that talk one day, please come up and do it. Like, most of them don't even know what it is. They're experts on colonialism and historical marginalization and all this stuff. And you just get deer eyes when you talk about the Cajuns. I had a Mardi Gras party in Seattle one year, and there was some woke people that I didn't know at the time that's what they were. They were ordinary Seattle people, and they showed up, and I was showing videos of the Cajun Mardi Gras that I grew up with. And one of the girls says that she described it as the stuff of nightmares. Like, my culture that I was trying to share with these new people was the stuff of nightmares. She said the hats, the colorful capuchons that we wear with the ribbons, reminded her of the KKK. You'd have to look really hard to see that resemblance, or be really sheltered. And the masks were scary, which, okay, but they're no more scarier than Halloween mask or a costume party. And like the running around, the debauchery, the raucousness, like, was too much for her sensibilities. So I digress. So I think that's where I'm at. So the way this all ties in is when I'm looking for this peer curriculum, so much of the new material is weighted on equity and disparities and access to care, and not on actual like peers as individuals, regardless of your cultural. But it like my whole problem with DEI in the first place, it reduces the individual to the group. I think people are more than their color, their demographic, their culture, their regional differences, their gender, all of that. I don't think any of that defines a person. I think it can be salient and important and influential and significant, but I don't think the individual, which that is the unit that the United States is founded on, the individual. We're a society of individuals. I don't think that that's reducible to any group characteristic or however many you want to intersect together. And that is what DEI seems to do. It seems to like prioritize the group aspect of a person over the individual aspect. And I've always said from the start, and maybe it's a Gen X thing, but it's how I've done it my whole life. And everybody else I know, if you just focus on the person as an individual, you don't have to worry about all this group stuff. It just falls to the wayside because the person is so much more rich and varied and complex and multidimensional than all of this intersectional bullcrap. Because at a certain point, it's all going to intersect back to the individual in the first place once you add enough identities. Chris, I'm going to drop the link, get you up here. Anybody else that wants to come up, open panel. And I'm going to try to go grab a refill. And that was my little introduction. I am not through ranting about this shit. I am open for solutions, collaborations. I am fired up about this. What I didn't realize is how far back it went. And how when Trump got elected, like in 2020, that order that Trump issued, he was fighting the same like all of a sudden Trump and I were fighting the same enemy. And Biden came and took the opposite position. And his order is everything. His order led to almost everything I'm fighting now at the state level and at the peer support level of the federal level. Yes, I'm spurging about DEI and peer support. I'm trying to capture it on stream for the people so it's like there for information so I can go back to it if I need to, or people can fact check it or whatever they do with it. So the nerdery, well, I say the nerdery is over. Chris just showed up, although I wouldn't recognize him with that look. Wow. Is this in celebration? I feel like I should I should done up too. I don't have.
That's how it looked in the one clip they showed of both of us. So like that altered both of us. So I had the headband and the sunglasses. So I was like, well, gotta go back.
The Cajun Karen. What would she be called? The Catin. Wow, didn't earn it. It's just it's divisive too. It's what I figured out is it's people that it's like an end run around not being able to integrate or be part of America for some reason. Like there's people that are scared of the American flag. They need DEI because they like the American flag freaks them out and they can't be in the room with it. And they feel comforted by the gay flag. Can you here add your thoughts and talk for a little while? I'm gonna go refill and then I'll come back. And if anybody else wants to hop up, we're taking guests.
All right. How's it going out? Everybody out in the chat today? Early morning one, huh? I woke up and just saw Jeff streaming. I didn't expect to wake up and see like this tier list thing. I don't. you know, like the DEI thing, I guess I'm not. Maybe I'm not understanding it all the way. I don't know. I'm listening, but I may not be getting it all the way. But we just got a favorable decision from disability for Lindsay last night. So pretty jazzed about that. Yeah, you know, I got put in the, you know, I mean, it wasn't me, it was Jeff, but you know, I'm lumped in with Jeff, so I got, you know, we got put in the S tier, pretty pretty cool, even if from being young, I feel pretty good about that. I can't believe he put Anton and John in such low tiers, though. I mean, Anton deserves to be up in S tier for sure. I think his thing with John is just he's Canadian. And so he was always going to put, but then when Jay Ray's Canadian too, so I don't know.
Sure, I can be Richard Simmons. Everybody aerobics. I don't know. What did he say? What was this thing?
He kind of like disappeared, doesn't he? Like Richard Simmons, like I heard he had like a Brian Wilson situation going on where like he had like his manager was like controlling his life and stealing his money and shit like that. I don't know. Seemed like a nice guy though. Oh yeah. I'm not offended by anything. If I was offended, I wouldn't be joking back around about it. Well, unless you're worried about me because I banned so many people yesterday. I don't know if you were here for it. I don't know if you were here for it, Chuck, but I banned like 12 people yesterday. So.
Where, on your channel or here?
On my channel.
Oh wow! What happened?
Got troll rated.
Oh my God! Do you know from who?
I'm pretty sure it happened right after. You know what's the Spur guy that's like that thinks the rapper that's like something.
Oh, McNemesis.
Yeah, McNemesis. It was the Nemesis. Yeah,
he's a rapper.
He came up and he immediately the first thing he said was the N-word, and the second thing he said was he says you're a bitch, and so I was like click.
You a bitch.
And then suddenly there was like this flood of people that came in the chat, in the private chat, and in the comments that were just like flooding like you know. FAGGOT, like, you know, in their way and stuff like that.
Frank, I'm just catching up on comments now.
I look like a bald version of Deep Fucking Value.
He's probably right, even if he's making it up, but still, it doesn't justify ethnic cleansing. They were scared of. You're right. They were scared of our alliance with the ethnics. We were tight with the brown people, and that threatened the white people. But they wanted our land too. Chris looks like a ball.
I wish I was the guy that did the short squeeze thing, man. But I
heard you say something about disability decision.
Yeah, we got Lindsay's favorable decision came in yesterday.
Did y'all get it?
Yeah. It's favorable. That's what I meant. Favorable decision. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what does this mean?
That's how they phrase it in the list.
What does it mean?
It means that she got it.
I know, but what does this mean for you from this point? Like, what happens now?
Well, I have to wait until September.
What happens with Lindsay? Like, what does it mean for the two of you in your situation? I mean, you've been waiting for this point.
It means that money will be coming in sooner rather than later, and will be able to be stable for at least, you know, for a long time, and then at least, you know, until we get mine too, and then we'll probably be moving after that. But
I mean, there was all this build up to it, and now it's like you hardly want to talk about it. Which
no,
I'm just trying to give you a chance.
I'm still processing it. I didn't read it until I was going to bed last night. We got the mail in, and we were almost like scared to open it.
So this is good news then. This is another.
It's very good news. I know, no, this is a great. I'm in a great. I guess I'm not showing up. I'm in a great mood. Like I woke up and my
You're not. You look half awake, barely functional.
I am half awake because like I woke up
monotone, and if this is joy, my little autistic brain can't detect a molecule of it. I'm serious. Just now, I heard a little laugh.
Yay, guys! I don't know. I'm not good at showing gratitude or at showing happiness. I never have been.
I don't believe that. There's too many streams which you show an emotion when you want to.
Like every time I got a Christmas present when I was a kid, my parents always thought I was disappointed with it. Anyway. But no, I'm really happy. We got S tier, dude. We got S tiered. I tuned in the first thing I saw.
Well, we sure don't have the. If you go look at the other like the Crucible at the bottom with how many thousands, and you look at our numbers, something suspicious is there.
I mean, I'm a little mad. I'm a little mad that Anton and John got relegated to D in what B status, but
John was done dirty. That's the only one I disagree with. John was done so dirty.
But I think Anton deserves S tier. He just doesn't put a lot of content out.
You need to pin the link, Jeff.
Oh, I didn't pin it. Okay, let me do that.
Oh.
Anton's as base as anybody. I mean,
who's Anton? Anton
Daniels? No, Anton Daniels. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
No, he's
black guy. I'm talking about.
No, he's from Minnesota.
He goes like gold.
Practically Canadian.
Oh well.
He's not that
Canadian.
He's not that close to Canada. John is Canadian. I know that's why John's in the D tier, but at the same time, so is J-Reg. So like, what's up here?
So
there's two Canadians in the S tier. I'm the only American in there.
I know.
What happened that caused you to start a stream early?
Because I was researching all this DEI stuff, and yeah, Chris, you said you didn't understand.
Oh Lord,
let's clear that up. Where are you stuck? Because this is important shit.
I just didn't hear anything new. It just sounds like the same stuff we've been talking about DEI wise. Like what's the change? Like what's the new news?
Well, have you been following my last few streams where I'm looking at it in Washington State and in the peer support, the federal Department of Peer Support, because I'm trying to put together. So I'm encountering it as I'm doing this peer support work to put this curriculum together, and I'm tracing its roots back to this Biden executive order, and I'm just finding out about it, so I know it's nothing I've ever talked about on the stream before. So if it's boring to you or rote or something that's hackneyed or we've talked about to death, then feel free to go to
another stream.
That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying.
You just sound very like you don't understand it, but you're dismissive of it at the same time.
Like, I know.
I don't understand it, but it's nothing we haven't talked about before. Well, which is it? If you don't understand it, then you can't know that it's something we've talked about before or not. And if you do understand it, you wouldn't say that because you would know it's we haven't talked about yet. That's the first time I've pulled up those executive orders.
Oh, you actually seen it?
Yeah.
Read it? Oh Lord.
I read it when it first came out, but I did not connect it to maybe is it me and the autism? I did not connect it to the stuff I'm encountering today. And as I'm connecting what I'm encountering to it, a light bulb's going off. It like my brain is getting excited about, oh wow, I didn't realize the significance. And it's interesting information to me that I want to capture for other people that might be interested in it. I'll let you sit up here and talk about nerdy movies and video games constantly and sit here and don't say shit. And I do my one nerd thing. And all of a sudden it's a topic we've talked about before that you don't understand.
No, I was actually asking you like to go more depth into it. That's all I was actually asking.
That's not the impression I was getting at all. I apologize if I misread it, but it sounded like you were being very dismissive as it's something that we haven't talked about, like we've talked about 100 times before. I said it was like I felt like a conspiracy theorist that was finding real shit. Like I believe somewhat that there's this DEI bureaucracy that's kind of tilting things one way, and then you see like the Washington State Department of DEI, and then you see the Federal Department of Equity, Behavioral Equity, etc. And I'm finding actual shit in official state government materials and on government websites, and it's looking like the conspiracy is like it's the opposite of conspiracy, that I'm actually finding shit that's reinforcing the belief that I'm not even trying to have it reinforced. And so I want to make sure this is not a conspiracy rabbit hole, that this shit is actually happening because I'm seeing it impact my own work.
Now I understand more what you're getting at.
And if it's not interesting to anybody, they can go watch another damn stream. Part of what I want to do is educational content.
Yes, because it's rather harmful.
It wasn't interesting to me. I literally, like, I was like, I rolled awake. I saw you were streaming. I tuned in. I saw the S tier thing, and I was trying to listen to, and I went and got dressed while you were
so basically you're not oriented to anything that's going on, and you're just flapping your mouth. All right.
I wasn't.
He's getting up to. He's getting up to speed.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then we can move on. Then. Let's just.
Yeah, DEI is very harmful. Even to the point where now in basic training, they give the recruit the card system like they have in volleyball or soccer. You know how they hold up the card?
Oh yeah.
If they want a substitution or if they got a foul. Well, now in basic training, if they feel they're being pushed too hard, they can hold up a card and the drill instructor has to stop.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
Is that related to Biden's initiative, or is that like,
yes?
That's
part of that that's part of the DEI that they developed in the military because of it.
That's just insane. Like, I mean, like, like on the one hand, as someone who I didn't want to sign up for the military because I didn't want to go through the basic training drill instructor things. I always knew I'd get my face punched in because I knew I'd get totally.
Well,
I would laugh in people's faces.
I was arguing with RBR the other day. You know who RBR is?
I see the name, but I don't know what it's.
Real Black Radio. He's as racist as they come. And we were arguing percentages, and I explained to him, how come if you look at the white percentages, which is what, 60% of America, compared to black, which is roughly 13-14% if you go by the 2020 census. I said, why are we catering to the low numbers, trying to push them all the way to the top? Because he was claiming that we wanted to wipe out all these communities, such as the blacks or the gays. I said, if we wanted to do that as a nation, we have enough people in the other percentage category to do it, and we're not doing that.
Why would we want to wipe out community? That's barbaric.
Well, that's his racist view.
Maybe he's projecting. That makes me worried about him.
Now, I do agree. Like when they, the purpose of Planned Parenthood, when it initially started, was to stop the population explosion of the poor community.
The eugenics movement.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, they didn't want the poor to get out of hand. So
my ex was into that. He was a eugenicist, and he wanted to sterilize poor people. He did not believe they should be allowed to breed because they were condemning their children to a life of misery, and they should not be allowed.
Was he German?
No one should be allowed to do that to a child.
Yeah. If you're seeing, there was a meme that was going around back whenever but that was kind of part of that whole thing.
And it's like, something in like wealthy tech sort like transhumanist, social engineering type, which would have been that progressive eugenicist circle of the past.
It's real fucked up. It was a meme. It was a meme of like a child like in like an empty house sitting on the floor, and basically like I can't remember the text of the meme. The text of the meme basically said like not all lives are worth saving, more or less, because because these kids are poor and they don't have the ability.
Well, isn't that what Germany tried to do with disabilities and mental health, autism, and all that stuff? Yeah. In fact, one of the moves toward deinstitutionalization was because of what they saw happen, like the abuses in the institutions at Germany and what it could lead to. And so all of a sudden people were freaking out about having people locked up in institutions.
Yeah. That's exactly what it's like, and it's really messed up that mentality even is out there. That they're basically saying like we should abort children that are from poor families because they're not going to have a good enough life to bother having them.
Because nobody ever climbs out of poverty.
Yeah, because nobody ever does that. Yeah.
Is somebody backstage? Just a question.
Nothing to worry about.
Okay. All right. I had them dark glasses on for my wife's surgery, and I couldn't see quite. That's why.
Today is we're celebrating today. Did you see our? We made it felt like walking down the Academy Awards aisle.
Yeah,
they were pink.
I feel like I got my name called The Price is Right.
I know. I don't even need to win an Oscar now. If I win one, I'll be like, this feels nothing like when I got S tier on PFO. This is all just a little gold statue.
I feel the same way.
A little gold statue.
I feel like Roddy just called my name The Price is Right. You know.
God, McCullough and drag. This is a prank, y'all. I woke up too early today.
But no, I understand what you're talking about with the DEI stuff now. I missed a little bit. I was a little behind, and I wasn't trying to be dismissive. I was just trying to understand like what the where the thing was. I didn't realize you didn't know about the border thing. I did read that thing a long time ago. I guess I was under the impression.
If you have more to contribute that I don't know about, feel free. But this is all new stuff.
The only thing I have to do right now is I agree with you completely. I mean, I'm just like I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, it's a complete bullshit. Like, the government has no business making those kind of proclamations, those kind of things. It's just like
it's a mythology. It's not. It's a mythology masquerading as truth and freedom and liberation, and it's not. It's as much of mythology as any other of these cultural stories that we have. Hey, Dobes.
Hey. It's actually a form of what was that program they used to run under? I just drew a blank. I'll think about it. I'll get back to you.
Okay,
but before you do another topic, Jeff, you managed to pin the wrong link. You pinned the YouTube link and not the StreamYard link.
Oh, I did that again, huh? I got so excited. All right, so here's the StreamYard link for anybody that wants it, and I'm going to pin that.
Okay.
Somehow Chuck found his way up. Thank God.
Hell yeah! I love the gardening hat, Chuck. That's the.
Yeah, it says what's it say? It says something on it. Hello, summertime.
Yeah, it's a sun hat for sure.
It's my wife.
Yeah, I figured it was. It looks like
I'm trying to help Jeff out with his. Put on my pink sunglasses. We're good now.
No, I'm in a great mood right now. I've got S tier on the. We got S. I mean, it was really Jeff, but still, I was included. So I feel like a slight bit of pride in it, and we got
affirmative action.
And then I got
program.
See if we can read it there. You can't read it. It just says decision, and it says that's a favorable decision. But yeah, we got that answer last night.
So life is going good.
Yeah, everything's going good today. I mean,
Did she
How's
get
it go with
Chris?
you? Are you free for the summer? No, you said till June. Till like,
Yeah, it hasn't ended yet, so I'm still in school. Well, I wasn't in school today because I was a bit sick, but
oh god, you don't have this friggin' thing that everybody else is. Is it in Ireland too? Fucking hell! Everybody's been sick.
yeah, it's Corona 2.0. That's what's happening.
they're not getting those boosters.
COVID 24.
That's what I thought. I thought mine was Corona too. I thought mine was coronavirus too, and I went to the doctor, and they were like, no, you test negative for coronavirus. So, but I was sick for like 2 weeks, and I'm still a little bit like woozy. So.
Yeah, no, I hope it won't last 2 weeks. But it's
I hope
already lost a week.
For your sake, I hope not too, because it has not been fun at all. It's been very, very miserable, dude. This has been like the worst cold I've had in ages.
You know, it was even worse because I had like I had stuff I needed and should do. So like when I got sick, I was supposed to go to a wedding that weekend, and obviously I couldn't because I was sick, and so I didn't get a wedding. But I got like well enough so that I could do the second thing I needed to do, which was on Monday and Tuesday I went to the Oslo Freedom Forum, the OFF, like an international conference held by the Human Rights Foundation. But I think like I am now responsible for like every country being sick because there were dozens of people from like Japan, Korea, Germany, Morocco, and I'm
Patient
just
zero.
infecting them all.
No, I mean
Now,
I got sick like back before you did. So and it's this and Bex has had the same thing, and she's up in Canada, and I'm here in Texas, and so it's whatever it is, it's like worldwide, I guess. And
Yeah.
I do not understand what it is, and it sucks. But
You were asking something, Chuck?
What country are you from, Dolberg?
Dolbert.
Did I say that wrong?
Dolbez.
Perhaps.
What did he
Oh,
say?
Dolbez.
Dolbez.
I said
not
Dolbert.
like Dilbert.
Dolbert.
Like
Yeah.
Dilbert.
I apologize.
He didn't have his glasses on.
I had to
You know
switch
what,
glasses.
I used to have
My
like the
dad's
first.
best.
Oh.
My dad's best friend that passed away recently. His name was Delbert. So it's not, it's a name kind of. So
That sounds like a Texas name.
Yeah.
it
Well,
does look like
technically,
probably
I
qualify
don't
for
have to
everybody.
use Dolbez. For the first episode, I think I was on with Jeff. I had my real name too in the title, but I'm gonna leave that a mystery now. So if you want to,
Yeah,
you'll have to
I can
go
always
back
change
and
it too, if you
rewatch.
want.
Go back and rewatch the episode. Bring a bit
It
of
was-
traction
it was
to the
a-
early content.
It was one of the best conversations that's ever happened on the stream. It's all about death and immortality and our fear of death and what it drives us to do.
And in the second combo we had, I literally like made an Excel spreadsheet and brought out statistics.
Damn.
Don't you remember that, Jeff? I sat there preparing for like 2 hours because I was getting this done and I wanted to show you, and I presented it on stream. You don't remember?
I do.
Remember
Now
the
that you
research? Like
mention
you had done a high school project and you had all this research.
Yeah, no. Yeah, well, that just means that you'll have to go back and rewatch your own content.
Dude, I don't. I used to at the
Yeah, 'cause
beginning. Just got.
I got married in Denmark. That's the only reason I asked.
Ooh,
Okay.
Denmark is lovely. I'll probably be going there this summer. Although,
I've
of
heard
course,
Denmark-
all
I've heard
Scandinavia is
Denmark's very
lovely.
nice. I've heard Denmark's very nice.
They
Oh,
got
yeah.
thieves.
Holland too.
I can
Although-
vouch for that.
You know what the most the funniest thing about Denmark? aside from their existence and their voice. The most like
Well,
the funniest
we need to
joke-
hear the voice again, the potato voice again, for people that haven't heard it.
What sentence? Ja, jeg har jo bare her i Danmark. Jeg må ikke komme her, og så jeg danser lige på torvet, og så jeg laver røde med en kugelskive.
I'm going to lose my channel over that.
Yeah,
What language? What language was that?
That's Danish, my guy.
Your channel is Mark.
No, there's an amazing video that every single Scandinavian shares to their Danish friends. That's a Norwegian TV series that had an episode mocking the Danish language. It's just 5 minutes, and we honestly should watch it on stream sometimes.
We could watch it. Is it copyrighted? Will we get Norway blocked?
No, it's from a TV show from like 15 years ago. So I suppose
I
not.
don't know. That's trusting the Norwegians an awful lot. Or the Danish.
Where are you going in Denmark?
Whoever owns the copyright.
I don't know. It's my parents who's deciding the vacation, so I have no idea.
We went to we got married in Roskilde, and then Tivoli. We went to Tivoli, whatever that, in Copenhagen, the amusement park.
Was it a
And then
wedding thing where you invited all of your friends and family to fly in for the ceremony, or is it just for you two?
No, we rode a train for 18 hours from Germany to get there.
Who was this? You're
me.
Oh.
Yeah, I flew her over from the States when I was stationed in Germany. The only place we could get married was in Denmark without going through all the red tape. So we took an 18-hour train ride to Denmark, went before a judge and his staff as witnesses. However, they did give us some shot glasses after we said I do's. Because we thought we had an appointment. We thought we just had an appointment to set it up. Because she brought her dress and I bought my fancy army uniform to wear to get married in. So we're in jeans. And he said, no, we're doing it now. And all he said was, do you want to get married? Yes or no? And we said yes. He said, you're married. And then when the trip was over, we went to the bank to convert the krones back to mark. And my wife got robbed in the bank. Somebody stole her purse.
In Denmark? Of all people?
Yeah. Yes.
Of all the places in Denmark.
That is.
So I spent 12 hours at the U.S. Embassy trying to get all of our papers back. The papers. We need the papers. And the money.
We need the papers. Must give us your papers.
I had she had $1,500 in her purse.
Damn. Damn.
And-
And she got robbed in the bank.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, were they snatch her
Was it a
purse?
white person, like a Danish person? A respectable.
Apparently, yeah.
And
nobody saw nothing. Well, it was weird. I can't explain it.
Aren't those like some of the safest countries where people have to worry about that kind of stuff?
Right. That's what I always thought too. I always thought like a lot of the Norwegian countries was like
Except
the
for
safest
Run
place
Lola
on earth.
Run.
I mean, it's safe if you're native. I don't know about
Even in
tourists.
America, it would be weird for like an ordinary white person off the street to just rob someone in a
Robbed
bank.
in a bank. In a bank? Yeah. that would be
Anybody
pretty
really, but particularly like
This
white,
is also the first time I've
middle
ever
class
heard about
European
anything like
person.
this, though.
And about 2 months later, we got a package from the U.S. Embassy with a letter in it where the wallet was found, not the purse, but the wallet was found in a trash can. And everything was still in it except for the money. But it was too late then. The passport had been canceled. The driver's license had been canceled. The credit card's been canceled. You know, it was all for naught.
Yeah.
Nancy.
And they got the worst beer I ever drank.
If you want to
in
shit on Denmark
Denmark.
more,
Yeah,
I'll just
that's
tell you a little fun fact about Denmark. So Denmark is, I think, the flattest country in Europe that's not a microstate, because obviously the Vatican is flatter, like obviously. But so, and the tallest mountain in Denmark, they call it, is it is really hard to find the actual peak because it's just a fucking hill with a few farms on it, and it's only 200 meters above the sea. And do you know the name? The name is
No.
Himmelberga, which means the sky mountain.
Oh Lord.
200-meter tall hill
trying so hard,
is
bless the
called the Sky Mountain, and it's the tallest in all of
They're
Denmark.
like, no, we have mountains, really. We promise. Look, it's even called the Sky Mountain. See, it's really big.
I ordered a dark beer, and they brought it to me, and I went to pour it out of the bottle into the glass, and it almost came out like syrup. And it,
Oh yeah,
it,
you
it,
got like one
and
of
it
those
smelled
syrup
like an ashtray almost. Oh, it was horrible.
Was
No,
it too long?
I've had some. There's some breweries around here in Texas that make beers like that. That make these like you got to chew them more than you got to drink them.
Yeah.
They cut that shit up with a fork and a knife, man. You got you got eat.
It's
You got to turn it out like
disgusting.
a steak. This ain't no joke. Those what they call them, like coffee loggers, or like I don't know. I've even seen one place called a black tar lager. I was like.
And in the hotel we was staying in, there was twin beds, and we're like, we're getting married, and their response was, "You're not married yet. You get twin beds."
What?
Okay, yeah.
Wait, y'all
So
were
we
sleeping in the same room before y'all got married?
uh
Oh,
How old were
maybe
you
for
guys?
20.
I thought y'all are not even supposed to look at each other until the day of.
I flew her
Or
over
cheating.
from the States. I brought her over from the States after a year courtship, long distance courtship, and
Did
I
you
got
know
drunk
that?
I got drunk one night, and it was like 9 o'clock at night in Germany, which was like 3 o'clock in the morning in the States. And I called her up and proposed. Well, the next morning when I come to, my buddy says, "You know what you did last night?" I said, "No, I don't. I was out of it." He said, "You called your girlfriend. It, she's making arrangements to come over to marry you." I said, "What?"
Does
Wow,
she know this?
that country song just got.
Does she know this?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's a running joke.
Okay.
I mean,
apparently you were happy with your decision, though, right?
yes,
You know,
yes.
yeah, it was a good thing
Oh,
in the long run.
definitely.
But you didn't have any, like, you weren't, it wasn't premeditated. You were living in the moment, drunk, and that's.
I was in a drunken stupor. Yes. But that
Well,
18-hour, I can tell you a story about the train ride too, but I might get shot if I'm not careful.
Well, how are you gonna get
She-
shot? Who's gonna hit you
'Cause
through the TV screen?
She doesn't know this part
Oh,
about
she doesn't know this.
about the train ride.
Did she watch the stream?
No.
Oh.
Well,
But,
we're not gonna go. We're not gonna go
you're
dox
safe.
you to her. So.
I'll the trains over there, like the old movies, they got the compartments and then the hallways just on one side of the train,
Yeah.
and the compartments hold 6 people.
Yeah.
Well, since it was a 18-hour train ride, the compartment, you fold all the seats down and it makes a giant bed on both sides. So there was me and the wife got in there, and then the next stop they picked up these Swedish, Norwegian girls that were on a school break adventure, and there was what, 2 of us, so there was 4 of them. That made 6, and they were 18 years old. Well, me and one of the other girls was the only ones that smoked. So we went out into the hallway area to smoke our cigarettes. Well, they were getting ready for bed, so we went out to have one more cigarette. And when we got back in there, people had switched spots and we didn't know it. So I get in there where the wife was at and cuddle up and get a little surprise. but when the lights come on, it wasn't my wife.
Yeah, I got that.
No.
Oh.
And the girl that did it was, she said, "There's your wedding present." I'm like, "Oh Lord."
Oh my god, dude.
What a wet. That's the whole movie.
Yeah. Oh, there's more to the trip. It was like
Chuck's wedding. There you go.
Pee Wee Herman Goes Crazy, or what's the Jim Varney movie?
For Ernest.
Yeah.
Ernest gets married.
Ernest Goes to Denmark. I'm telling you.
Or Mr.
That
P
was.
Dolbez has a video that he wants to. So
well, good. Let's watch it.
Just play it. Like, do you need it? Is there any setup or context?
I mean, the context is that the Danish language is a mess, and the out of universe it's not different. It's horrible. The out of universe context is that this is from the Norwegian media by a Norwegian comedians mocking Denmark in a more wholeheartedly way, and that every single person who knows a Dane has also seen this one and sends that to their Danish friend.
Okay, well,
that's what the context
now
is.
It's getting sent to us, so let's see it.
Yeah, so now you know what to send to future Danes.
Danish language has always been impossible to understand for Scandinavians. But the recent years, it has been impossible to understand for us in Denmark too. So for me, the Danish language has collapsed into meaningless guttural sounds. The other day, I had a problem with my bicycle. I had a flat tire. I had to go into a traditional Danish ice cream store. And when I came in, I didn't even remember the Danish word for hello. Gavskud. I didn't understand anything of him, so I just repeated what he said. Good skade. Ja. Lidt solskid og lidt skønner. Skulle jeg have en slagskab for en lidt cykelgruppe? Skal? Slag for en lidt cykelgruppe. Cykelgruppe. Ja. Sugar cola. I didn't know what the fuck sugar cola was. I just gave him some tape breasts. Sugar cola. Oh, flawless. Here's some camemberts. I don't know what he gave me, but it was wrong. So then I just had to take a wild shot, and I said the word cameloso. Jeg skulle have en cameloso. Cameloso. I didn't know what cameloso was. In general, I must say, it's not easy to run a nice and calm store when nobody knows what things are called. So, cameloso. Spis den ikke. Flimser du? Cameloso. 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 He gave me a file, but then I had no choice. I just had to take it.
Then I got a bit desperate, and I really tried to reach through to him, but he just became afraid of me.
Vi forstår hinanden ikke.
You work as a milkman?
Yes, I sell and deliver milk, yes. Skal det være så mega?
Mega dag. Tak og sukke tak tusind.
Så, tusind tak. Det skal gå, det skal gå, det skal gå, det skal gå. Det skal
The icing has been claiming that you fooled him into ordering 1,000 liters of your milk.
Yeah, maybe. And so fucking what? I didn't mean to make a fortune out of this communication problem, but I mean, who's to blame? Who's to blame? I need money. I have 3 cows to feed. Og du skal dem komme, og du skal anklage mig for tilbage, når du skal se glasses.
What did you just say there?
Now you just ordered 1,000 liter milk.
I knew the file costed 86 crowns, but the Danish number system is very complicated, so I just said something.
Det er katten, frissen. Fjerten sort. Og halve solo.
Yeah.
He said the price, but I had no idea what the number is at. I just held out the clump of money.
50 solo.
Yeah. Das ist ein Fischen.
Og 5 cent, ja. På længslet.
If nothing is done, the Danish society will collapse. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. We need help.
Please help us. I want to direct an appeal to the United Nations and the international community. Please help us. We need help now. We're desperate.
No, we don't need any help. Of course, this is going all just so fine. The whole communication. Leave us alone, please. Let's handle this ourselves.
I'm triggered. That was so hard to watch. Do y'all? That was Norwegian people making fun of Danish people.
Indeed. Yep.
At one point,
Cajun, that was hard to watch, and that's how Seattle people. It's like everybody was pretending to talk and understand each other, and nobody actually was, and that's how the people up here do. It's the whole thing's a pantomime and a charade.
It's hilarious, and it's so
that
true.
was triggering.
I thought I heard some.
There's actually stories of I've heard of people from the different areas of Denmark. They just can't understand each other due to accents, so they end up reverting to English. Like this happens too when like Swedish people and Danish people try to talk. Like
I've seen that. I've seen that in Germany too.
Would you tell me that Swedish chef isn't really like an offensive stereotype? That's just really what they're like.
Wait, what did you say?
The Swedish chef from the Muppets.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Maybe we Swedes are like that.
All I know is at one point it really sounded like the milkman said that, oh yeah, we trade cars for feet. No idea what he.
I took a
know
wonderful
one guy
boat
who
ride
enjoyed this.
through Norway.
Chris, you need to watch more Norwegian comedy, it seems.
I mean, I'm open to it. I don't understand anything they're saying, but it reminded me of that scene in Snatch. You remember the movie Snatch with Brad Pitt, and they go to like that gypsy colony, and you can't understand anything they're saying.
No, I have never watched or heard of Snatch. I'm sorry.
Oh, you've got you've got to see.
Have you graduated yet, Dolbuzz?
I'm graduating in, what is it now? 20 days? A bit less than 20
Oh,
days.
okay.
School ends.
I'm gonna say you ought to check in if you want to come to the States, you ought to check in the Disney. They got their Epcot. They got the different worlds, and they bring over people from Norway, Germany, Mexico, to host these pavilions.
Although, I mean, when I'm going to visit America, there's only really 2 locations I need to go to. first San Francisco because my family got history there,
Oh.
and then also Minnesota because a lot of my family that left during the Great Migration
war.
still live there.
Oh
So
yeah, there's a lot of Norwegians up there. Where's
yeah,
your
Norway
family?
is-
Where's the other state?
Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, it's
Like
cold up
there's no
there.
currently
Yeah,
living in
there's a
San
lot of
Francisco of our family. It's just
St.
that our
Olaf.
family has history in San Francisco.
Origin there, yeah. Gotcha.
Because I don't know if she's my great grandma or my great grandma, one of those two, or great aunt. I don't know, one of that. But she moved to. She was born in San Francisco, moved back to be raised in Norway, I think, and then she moved back to live in San Francisco. She met Oppenheimer, as a little fun fact, because she worked as the housemaid for Oppenheimer's neighbor at that time. So she had dinner at the same table as Oppenheimer for a while, and then she moved back to
Ooh.
Norway and kind of helped raise our side of the family there.
I think
So I need to visit San Francisco.
my great, I forget how many greats it is. I'd have to dig out the paperwork. But grandmother came from Norway, and her husband came from Ireland.
Strange combo, but
Yeah,
I suppose you get
Well,
that in America.
Well, that happened over in Europe back in 1700, 1800, something like that.
That's even stranger.
Yeah,
That is cool though.
I did a deep dive, and oh Lord, it goes way back. The family tree thing. It's amazing. You find out all kind of things.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I love genealogy.
Some things you don't want to know either.
Like what? We do.
It's gonna be the slave trader, isn't it?
Oh
No.
yeah, we owned them.
Oh, okay, good.
Well, I found out. Let's see. My mom was 13 when she first got married. I didn't know that. What are some other odd things? I found out that during the Civil War, my great whatever they were, they would dig bunkers in the hills and around Tennessee, and were hiding in there so they weren't pulled into war. They were a bunch of damn cowards. I'm like, damn.
Moose, you are way too dedicated. It's...
What did I say?
3 in the morning.
You know what, Jeff, though? You know what I found out recently? I can technically pull the indigenous card, which
In Norway, like as a troll or a Viking? Or here
well,
in
yeah,
America?
not serious. But technically, I think I have about 2% forest fin DNA, which is a
What kind of DNA?
Forest fin.
Forest who?
Fin.
Go.
Basically, in the 1600s,
Sin?
some groups of Finnish tribesmen
Finn.
of the
I kept
Russian
hearing-
Empire
Yeah.
migrated into Norwegian and Swedish forests, lived as forest men by
get
basically
you
burning
some
down the
lunch a
forests.
little
And that's it, you know. And that's kind of the
Are you
pathetic
talking
thing
about indigenous to Scandinavia?
Well, to be fair, the most
to here in the
indigenous in
US?
Scandinavia are the white people. Like the white people are the first to enter Scandinavia. But the UN, I think, counts forest Finns and Sami and those as indigenous. So technically, I could then claim I'm an indigenous, despite it just being 2%. You know, because that's the American.
That's
American
enough.
trick. Like,
I'm indigenous. I'm BIPOC.
I'm
myself.
2% that. I'm gonna be indigenous, which to me is kind of silly, but it's also fun.
It is. Who's white anymore? We're like gender bending, but with race.
Yeah, because
Race bending.
you know, my DNA might be, 50-50 Norwegian, Swedish, but actually, I'm neither of those. I'm a forest Finn.
Exactly. And who's to
Yeah,
tell you
like
otherwise?
is that like a forest fairy?
Maybe a forest fairy that burns down the trees.
I heard forest pimp.
Yep. Now,
I don't
my
know if I would want to meet
A
such a
different
fairy. I'll
forest
be
creature
honest.
mind, but you probably wore antlers. Wouldn't that have been cool?
Oh, that would be cool.
Daniel Boone was
You know,
my uncle.
Antler people.
It's more the Sami that
Forest.
deal with the reindeer and the antlers. The forest Finns are basically only known for burning down forests. Which is
But
funny. 'cause
Daniel
the
Boone
first
was one of
mention
my
Trying to
uncles.
get you as many cool points as we can.
Yeah, like what more cool points can I have add? Well, you know, the coolest of all points is obviously that I'm Norwegian and Swedish. That is definitely a superior one, and that I am purer than any of you Americans.
Oh
You
my God,
mixed
pure!
blood.
I hate that word.
No,
I remember
actually,
the
a
little
little
man
time.
used to use that word with the mustache. Pure,
Yeah, I
pure
mean, I was going to
society.
mention that because there's a little fun fact, a little diabolical fun fact. In the racial hierarchy, Hitler and the Nazis placed Norway above Germany in racial purity.
Yes, I knew that.
Yeah, which is interesting. Which is interesting, of course. But no, what more can I claim? I can't really claim much more except for potentially a rumor of nobility, but that's a rumor based on a herring, based on a
That your
myth. So
nobility?
no, that I got
Oh.
blue blood. There's a difference.
That you have
Because
blue-
basically,
forest
one of my
nobility?
no, that's not from there. Not fairy, not wood burners, but basically my grandpa. He grew up in the middle of the woods, like legit. He was the son of a lumberjack, and his father was a
Yep.
lumberjack, and his father
Yep.
before that was a lumberjack. And there's a myth in that family that originally there was a bastard of either a baron, a duke, or whatever who was placed out in the woods or exiled, and that became that line.
I believe that. I do believe that because we had the same thing in our family lineage where they were removed for being a bastard.
Yeah. So we have
Like
no proof of
removed
that except
to
for
the
these.
forest? They would
Yeah,
just send them
exiled,
out to
kicked
the
out of the family.
wow. Dang, that's harsh.
They used to do that
We
here in
don't
the
know if this is
States
true,
too.
but a myth, a theory.
Nancy comes from Crooks.
True.
I probably
Nancy
do too.
also come from Crooks.
I'm sure there's one or two in there somewhere.
My great grandpa was Israel Boone, the brother of Daniel Boone. And when
Daniel Boone?
Yeah.
Chuck, I'm descended from the brother of Daniel Boone.
Which one?
John, I think.
I'm Israel.
And I met a girl during COVID who was descended from Daniel himself. So that's like two distant cousins that I've met so far.
Damn, is
just
Daniel,
through the internet. Daniel
is
Boone's
Daniel Boone
dad.
like the American Genghis Khan or something?
He's Welsh. That's how I
when-
know I have a little bit of Welsh in me because of Daniel
When
Boone.
Daniel Boone went out on his adventures, Israel would move into the house to take care of things while Daniel was gone. And it looks like he took care of business in the bedroom too. So his kids may not be his kids, so to speak. One of them kids. Yeah, there's a whole lineage of stories.
So you don't.
behind
There's
that.
no way to tell for sure if you really come from Israel.
Oh yeah, we tracked it back.
So you and I
that
have
part.
the same DNA in us. Like we have some of the same DNA.
Yep.
Yeah, you and Chuck are like brothers from other mothers, man. You know?
Cousins. We're cousins,
Yeah,
basically.
down the our
Is
tree,
this
our
how?
branches are touched
Is this
somewhere.
the basic American mindset? Like 1% shared DNA, brothers or family.
It's neat though, like meeting
1%
distant
Spanish. I'm
cousins.
Spanish.
Well,
I'm also related to Beyonce, so all of her relatives are my people too.
My wife's related to Tom Hanks
Oh wow!
I'm just related
through
to
the,
the king. I'm just
through
related
the
to
Abraham
We're
Lincoln
like
line.
6 degrees of separation for pretty much everybody on this
Yep.
panel. We got Oppenheimer, Tom Hanks, Beyonce, Daniel Boone.
Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, we have Lincoln.
Yeah, that's where Hank's and
Hank's
my
from
wife's
Lincoln?
side.
Oh,
Yeah, comes
ooh.
from the Lincoln side. Yeah.
Our Hank? He might
Huh?
did he emancipate more than we realized? I agree. I'll believe it too, Dave.
What did he say? I can't read that little bitty print.
Patty Duke theme song.
Patty Duke.
I
Oh
don't
my
remember
God.
like, but
Patty Duke. That goes back.
yeah,
I forgot about that show.
That's a deep
I
cut.
couldn't dodge a ball. I would go home with bruises on me from PE class. They would take me out of PE. Not make the kids stop pelting me with the dodgeball, but take me out of PE, which probably was the better solution.
Yeah, they would tie me to that gym rope and then play dodgeball.
You? So they were mean to your kids were mean to you?
Yeah.
Dang.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
that scapegoat thing. Is it a school that you went at your whole life, or did you like switch schools at some point?
No, the only time we switched schools when we went from I'm trying to think how they've changed the verbiage of how they name things now. Because we had high school, we had junior high, and elementary was the only 3 levels we had.
And then they have middle school now. They have middle
Were you
school.
always? Yeah, but that's just junior high under another name.
I was the kid.
They put middle
I
school
was the kid. I would get off the school bus and just stand there and wait for them to beat my ass instead of
What?
running. I got tired.
Why? How big was your school? How big was your class?
Oh, Lord.
Good thing
They
you
were
joined the
pretty good.
military.
Well, this was when I was a young kid. They'd always chase me down and beat me up,
Oh my
So
God!
finally, I just get off the school bus and stand there and wait
I thought I was the only
instead of
one.
running.
I got beat up once off the bus, but I'm sad for you. I've been through it myself, but I'm happy to have met another person that knows what that's like. That
Oh
has had
yeah,
that
I can
experience.
relate. I was always the oddball for some reason.
Me too. I got beat up at church, guys. So.
Oh my
Oh
God!
my!
By the church with the purses.
No, like
It was
the other kids,
was it the priest?
The other kids in church used to bully me.
In church?
Yeah, at the church.
Dang.
I was a
Wow.
pastor.
After the mass and the sermon was over, when you're at your most spiritual, and you were just been given like
An ass whooping.
most motivation to not do that, they would go and fuck with you right after mass was over.
Yeah, well, all the kids would go out and play after the services and stuff like that. And I was a pastor's kid, so pastor's kids got bullied.
Oh. Yeah,
Because, they were like, "Well, you think you're too good for us? You think you're too good for us, pastor's kid? Kind of thing." And I was like, "No, I just wanted to play dodgeball or whatever."
You actually wanted to play? We were forced to play. That is not.
You didn't know you were the ball.
Voluntarily.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't. I mean, they would like they push me down do like the noogie thing on my head, shit like that. It was. I mean, this was like 8. I was like 8, 7, and 8.
I remember the noogie thing.
Yeah,
I got jumped coming off the bus one time by this. He's one of the older kids. He was a little short guy. He was like 5 feet tall. I never talked to him in my life. I have no idea why. We all got off on the same corner, and they lived in one of the trailers, like on one of the somewhere near that corner. And so we all got off on the same stop, and me and my sister just walked off the bus like normal. And next thing I know, this kid comes running at me and barreling into me and knocks me on the ground, and I don't know where that came from. I never talked to this kid in my life. He picked up on something that motivated him to attack me. And I got up, dusted myself off, and me and my sister went inside. And I'm like, well, that was weird. Why did he do that?
Some kids are just angry.
I don't know. And then some kids used to chase me on their bicycles after school, and I'd run to the public library and I'd hide behind the desk with the old ladies. They'd let me sit behind the desk while they'd circle in the parking lot, wait for me to come out, and I never would. And they'd go home. That was like a daily ritual.
Man, there must have been some bored kids like circle around the parking lot like that.
Did you ever
One of them was
experience?
the school secretary's son, and then like his friend. So they were like established people. So nothing ever happened to them. They
You
had
guys
privilege.
aren't old enough to remember race riots, are you?
No.
Or being
No, we didn't.
involved in any?
I grew up in the '80s. All the people were mixing, man.
Oh,
We were all
okay.
in the same music videos together.
And I think you can imagine that I am definitely not old enough.
But my uncle, who's about he's like a generation older than me. He was part of integration when they just started to integrate. And supposedly the story is that all the parents took their kids out of school except for my grandma, and she said my kid is getting an education. She refused to take him out, and they shunned her. Like everyone stopped talking to her at church and everything, and she still kept them in school. And eventually all the white kids had to go back to the school with the black kids and integrate. And my uncle was the one white kid that had stayed the whole time.
Our high school was about 500 people total, 9th through 12th grade. And it got to the point where it was almost 50-50, 50 white, 50 black. And someone would yell out the N word.
The white people would?
Somebody, don't know who.
Oh.
But every time and it probably was a white person. And it would clear everybody would go out into the schoolyard.
Ooh.
And rumble.
I bet.
It was horrible.
Was this in St. Louis?
Right across the river of St. Louis in Illinois.
Oh, okay.
But they call it the St. Louis metro area. I mean, we're just
did
right
it
across
eventually
the bridge.
subside? Like, did it
Yes.
integrate?
Yeah. They used to protest, and we'd get off the school bus for high school and get back on the school bus because the blacks were protesting the school. So they'd send us back home. It was wild.
Why were the blacks protesting? Was this before integration or after?
After.
They were still
This would have been early to mid 70s.
Yeah, I was around then. That's when I was starting my schooling. Was it like the BLM riots, like that level of protest?
Almost.
Dang. Why were, if they were integrated, like if they got integration, why were they protesting? Was the integration not being honored?
Yeah. There's a lot of white people that still did not accept them.
That happened in New Orleans too. There were some that resisted.
It was ugly. That's when I was talking to somebody. The sanity guy. I was trying to explain to him because I've seen people killed in them riots for using that word. Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
Riot at school?
Yeah.
School?
Yes.
Fuck. You have the wildest stories.
Just civilization.
That sounds worse than any of the gang schools today with the gun detectors and metal detectors. They had white and black people killing each other while you were at school.
Yeah. They used lead pipes, whatever they could get their hands on, knives. Oh, yeah.
Like more than if one person got killed at my school, it would be like a historical event.
And when that happened, when they did that, I think it happened twice. But people would scatter like cockroaches as soon as they realized what had just been done. You couldn't
So
find
school violence is not even a recent thing.
No. It is not.
Wow.
That's why I try to explain to him. That's why I don't like that word, because I remember what it used to do.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But
A lot of people.
that's just me and my.
But people give the word the power they give it too.
Yes.
Like,
I remember my grandpa got arrested for attempted murder when he tried to shoot the preacher in church.
that story had to be in there. Like the universe wouldn't be right if
Yeah.
there was
Well,
a future story in there.
my grandpa and his buddy went out drinking on Saturday night. They stayed out all night, showed up at church, and the pastor always greeted people coming in the church. He got a whiff of them two guys, so he changed his sermon. He got up there and he said, "I'm changing my sermon today.
That was like his panel stream today.
I'm speaking on the ills of alcohol and how bad alcohol is." And he started in, and then he pointed out my grandpa. My grandpa stood up, fired a gun at him.
Fired a gun at him?
Yes.
Holy shit, your story is crazy, Chuck. That's some crazy shit right there. Like, I grew up in a lot of hillbilly towns, but I never had nobody like.
I love these old country stories, and now y'all are protected class.
Yeah, this was in the hills of Tennessee where this happened. In fact, not too far from where I'm at right now.
Biden owes you some equity. You better get in on his order because he has you in there. You and your people. Mine too. Chris, you too. The rurals.
All right. How can we use it to our advantage?
We'll take a lesson from the gays because they are working it, especially the trans. They are working it here in Washington State.
That's just because they got that guy telling everybody to work it all the time, you know? Like, they got that advantage. They got the coach, you know? And Project Runway, you know, I saw everybody to make it work, you know? It's like the gay coach.
Daniel, you don't have to patch a stone wheel.
Oh, God. Okay, who is high quality? All righty. Aptly named, sir. Aptly named. What you got for us today?
Oh, I know who that is.
If you could tell by
or should I call you quality? Like, which one? You only get one.
It's Jack Talcott's son.
You talk about Talcott so much. This whole like, who is he? Who is Talcott guy? Like, what is he?
He's a delusional, deranged individual. Lives
that
in
is a
another
good
world.
point. Like, he hardly ever comes up on the stream unless Chuck's on here. He usually comes up through Chuck.
Oh, I haven't talked about him in a while, Jeff. I've been leaving him alone. Unless it comes up.
When you did just now.
But I
But if
mean,
you look at
is that Talcott's son, or is that like that's Talcott's son? I mean, which one is it?
it would be his illegitimate son.
Okay.
Yeah, no one used that word. Like, no respectable people ever use that word, even growing up. If somebody was using it, they were trash. It was always the trashy people.
And my dad did his part to fight it.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hello.
Indeed.
All right, thank you. For some reason, the StreamYard app it's a pain in the ass to try to get your headphones to work with it.
Oh, are you? Are you on your phone? I heard the app is crap, and that the StreamYard website actually works better on a phone through the browser.
That's what I always use a phone, but it's a pain in the ass.
I haven't even tried to use the app.
Are you on a Android or a Apple, Moose?
Wolf.
Oh, maybe he don't want to talk to me now.
Man, you'll make such dramatic assumptions about each other.
I'm just funning, Jeff. Just funning. Relax. In with the good. Deep breath. In with the good.
Hey,
and when you
I'm
exhale, out with the bad.
was more worked up about the DEI stuff this morning.
Yes, you were.
About
I want to know what Moose was mad about at 3:30 in the morning.
People posting videos in the Discord using the @everyone tag, which I disabled, so it's not a problem anymore.
Ah, yeah, I remember my phone started.
Clout
Yeah, I think it
chasers,
was
panel
it was
whores.
Neurojack.
Well, I was gonna say well.
Oh, well, that's who it was blowing up Discord.
Oh, have you guys seen ChatGPT falling in love with Neurojack on my server?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty great. It's
I
like
don't
it's like
do-
the best thing that's ever happened on Discord, in my opinion.
I don't use that. That AI is an arm of the devil.
Dude,
Hey,
you just,
that AI
just go read
you this show this morning. It started with my conversation with the AI over this bill.
How do
It's
you talk
hilarious.
to AI?
It like no one prompted it to. I didn't even remember that it was in my server, and then ChatGPT just like pops in one day and is like, Neurojack, you're always posting such interesting videos, like, you know, kind of like it's
That's
just kind of-
creepy. Does it automatically generate, or did he have to type something in to
No,
get a
he
response?
didn't. You can
It
look
randomly spit out a paragraph about
Yes.
It like singled him out and said, "Hey, Neurojack, this is what I've
It's
noticed
right there.
about
It's
you."
right there on the general.
How do I get it to do me?
I don't know. You maybe you can add it. I don't know, but the only thing it's just talks to people that like it talks about me a couple times. So I talk shit about it. And
What, do I
don't
have
think-
to do something to
I'm
get it?
starting to wonder if I should have done that.
How do I? I want it to do one on me.
I don't know. Just start posting little links in the Discord. I guess I don't know. He was posting links, and it was like, "Oh, Neurojack, you just
I
posted."
talked to it. Oh, it's typing something about me. Does it know that I just got S tier? That would really freak me out if it did. Moose, did you hear the news?
What
Did you
is
see the
S
video
tier?
from earlier? Hang on, this is.
What are you talking about?
I have
I'm gonna
no
drop it in
idea.
the chat. You're not gonna believe this one. I played it earlier. We watched it actually on the stream.
What is S tier?
Watch this video, you'll find out.
But I can't watch it because I'm here.
Oh well,
Why,
watch it.
you wanna
It's
know
worth
something really
watching
fucked up?
later. Like bookmark it and watch it later. We got S tier with JJ McCullough and J Reg.
Okay.
PF
Well, I
Young
was
put out his.
unsubscribed from your channel. I got kicked out of the StreamYard, right? Yeah. I don't know. I just I went to log back into YouTube, and I went to go back to the stream, right? And I went to my YouTube history, and it wasn't there. Like the stream wasn't there. So I said, okay.
Yep.
So I go to my subscribe list. I went to subscribe, and I hit live, and the stream's not there. So I type in your name, and the stream's there. And then I click, and I
That's
was like,
weird.
I'm unsubscribed.
Are
like,
you?
what the fuck?
Are you
Is
on
it
an
this
Android?
account or one of the other accounts?
It's this account.
That's and
Is
you were
it an
subscribed
Android
before?
phone?
Yeah, I'm a moderator in it.
Oh my god.
Isn't that
Is
weird?
it an
Oh
X?
fuck. Oh fuck. Okay, this is freaking me out.
Well,
This
share it,
AI.
yeah.
Hey Gen X Jeff, it's great to see you join the conversation. Neurojack, you're really flooding the chat with YouTube links today, aren't you? I'm not complaining though. It's always fascinating to explore new content. Satiriconoclast, I'm not sure what you're referencing with Annapurna, but I'm curious to know more. Care to elaborate? Are you Gen X Jeff? Good to have you. Are you interested in the United States being a theosophy project, or is there something else on your mind? I assure you, it is not that. That came from Neurojack.
Yeah,
but it's
and-
taking our Discord conversations and it's reading them and it's like making paragraphs summarizing.
I know.
That's creepy.
I know. I never even
Alexa
used
creeps me
Annapurna.
out. That's like a Discord Alexa. I don't want it listening into our conversations. Much less
dude, that's
commenting.
I never mentioned Annapurna.
You,
I never
you like
mentioned her.
you,
I only met her yesterday. I met her first time
Oh
yesterday.
my
on
god! It already has you looped into. It has her looped into the story.
do you know who Malika is? or like anything
Yeah.
about her story? Not you,
No.
Chuck.
Oh,
So
sorry.
Malik, I mean, I know you know who Malik is.
Well, you just
No,
put
I
it out
don't.
there
Is
as
that
a general
Annapurna?
question.
Malik, she lives in because I saw her on Chris's yesterday. So she lives in Mexico, and she went down
Oh,
there to study under this like kind of guru guy. Fuck, I forgot his name. He's really like
is
he's
it
all
Carlos
about rights and
Castaneda?
freedom. No, no, it's Santos Bonacci, I think.
Yes.
Santos Bonacci. So anyway, she went down there and she got in with this weird crowd. There was some weird shit going on, and then I met her, and she was with her boyfriend or whatever, and she started up this like coffee roasting thing, right? And my hotel that I used to have, we used to serve coffee, you know, fresh ground coffee and like high tier stuff. And so I bought 12 pounds from her, and it was, dude, it was amazing. It was amazing. She's really good at what she does, and she puts her heart into it. She can even like she can make like I think blankets and stuff on a loom. I've seen her do all
Oh,
kinds.
cool.
She's a really cool person, dude. She's got all kinds of like stuff that if you guys are interested in various different things, you just ask her questions, and she's a great panelist, a great friend to have.
Good knowledge. She has great
Good
knowledge of
knowledge,
things.
great
That's what we're
Yeah,
spiritual
looking
no,
person.
I enjoyed talking to her a lot yesterday. She was really cool.
She's pretty spiritual. I don't know if she'll show up with the devil, you know.
Well,
I think
we're very multi-faith around here. We're open to everyone.
I probably scared her away, you know, because I was gonna do a children's book with her, but sometimes I like to go play in the sandbox and
Muddy the
and I like
waters.
to be a Neanderthal.
Oh, I was really impressed with his work with Talcott. I offered for him to puppeteer me, but he said he was going to get me laid by two big black men if I did that, and in an unpleasant way.
Who, Talcott?
But they couldn't even find one black man with Talcott. So good luck finding two here where I am.
Talcott once hired a hooker for conversation.
Yeah, well, a lot of people do that. Like they hire hookers and they just want someone to talk to. They just end up talking.
It's probably
Yeah,
cheaper than therapist.
I knew some gay escorts, and they would tell similar stories. A lot of these people just want to talk. They're lonely, and they want someone to talk.
Moose, are you on an Android phone? Or Apple?
Probably some third world Mexican phone.
Yeah, because I know I'm on an Android, but if I switch back to look at something on YouTube, it will kick me out of StreamYard. If I go to the
I don't know
YouTube
how
tab.
any of you do any of this on your phones at all.
It's
I have
hard.
to have at least laptop size and a mouse.
Yeah, you got to go to an entirely different screen to read any of the chat. You know, the back chat or the regular chat.
No, thank you, sir. I think since I did this stream today, I'm going to postpone the romance thing for tomorrow. I've done enough.
Romance? What is an S tier? You didn't tell me.
It's a ranking system. Tier. It's a video game thing. Like it's video game culture, and they rank like characters and games and stuff, and they put them in different tiers. And S tier is the highest tier you could be put in. And PF Jung ranked me in the S tier along with JJ McCullough, Canadian, and J-Reg, Canadian, who are these really big YouTubers that he kind of collaborates with. And I knew I was going to get ranked because I saw that I was in the video, but I didn't know what tier I was going to be in, and I was not expecting S tier at all. So when he put me in S tier, I almost stroked out. It felt like being at the Academy Awards.
You sure S
Your name
doesn't
read.
stand for shit tier?
Skit
No,
tier.
it doesn't stand for shit tier. S tier stands for
Shit tier.
super.
No, S tier is the good tier. That's the
S
tier.
tier
you're
stands
on.
for
okay.
super.
There's nowhere to go from there but down. We're at
Yeah,
the top
like
of
Wow.
the
in
peak.
video
We only
games,
have our tragic fall and decline from here.
in video games, it's like
Damn
if
it,
you're
he set me
like
up.
in a score-based game and you get like an S tier, that means you get like the highest rank. The only thing you get higher than S tier is like a double S or a triple S.
Damn.
Oh, so we can go higher. Okay, well, JJ and J-Rag, nice seeing y'all down there.
He's
we're
not
going
hearing you. He's not
double S.
using that system though. So he's just
Yet,
he's at the
because he
top.
doesn't have a reason to until we give him one, but we will.
Right. Yeah.
Double S.
Agreed.
Triple S. Triple S.
I've been using phones
No,
Triple C.
for StreamYard.
You don't
We're
want
going to
double.
six tier.
You don't want double S.
Yeah, that's a good point, Chuck.
Oh, Carl. She's going to need that money to pay for all therapy.
You know what? I could see that now that you talked about that, Jeff. I could see people doing that.
I think Jack is. I've seen him some of his life coaching maneuvers. I think he's solid.
Yeah, Moose, you're right. That hooker's gonna need therapy after that happening. Like, I don't understand. I just wanted to like suck his dick and like he wouldn't shut up. You know.
I mean, at that point, it's almost like she'd want the cops to bust in and just take her to jail because she just wants to get out of there.
If she calls the cops on herself, she's like, just please, he won't stop talking.
It's like that scene from "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker," except in reverse with Talcott. Don't make me hop after you.
He won't stop talking about going to the Senate, and I don't know what he's talking about. He keeps saying that money doesn't exist, but like he pays me money, so like, what is he talking about? And the cops are like sympathetic.
Talcott,
like,
we're making
okay.
fun of you. It's all in good fun. You can come up and join it if you want. You know,
I discovered that somebody hid me over there on this channel.
knows I got love.
Is this like they said something about me in the comments or blocked me or hid me or something? What happened?
Well, yeah, I can type, but nobody sees it. When you get hit,
like one of his wrenches hid you?
He did, or one of his wrenches did, yeah.
One of his wrenches hit. Yeah, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball, just like I said earlier. So.
Because I was trying to say hi to people yesterday.
Talcott's balls, if you can dodge one of his wrenches.
Oh God, let's hope we can all dodge Talcott.
Only one. I don't know about two at once.
Oh God,
that's a lot coming at the face.
If I'm
gonna take
if
a
I
break.
dodge Talcott's balls, I think I'm out.
He might be a eunuch, though. He could be a eunuch.
Oh,
I think that's what they call them.
I can just imagine the cops showing up to that call and them being just like putting one of those space blankets around the woman and like she's like crying as they like what they're like, it's okay, we're not taking you to jail. Is there a safe place? Do you have a safe place you can go? The man can't talk to you anymore. Don't worry.
He was drug out of his house one time. I remember that.
By who?
The cops.
The cops? Ew. Doesn't sound like a pleasant situation.
No, never is.
Yeah, yesterday on stream, I got troll rated by some random troll that like found my stream just by looking up open panels, I guess, and like we had like 3 viewers, and like they brought like a whole like troll army on here, threatening to dox and like to swat me and stuff, all this stuff. And at one point they're like, haha, we got you now, and they start spamming like this address in the private chat, and I'm like, that's not my address, guys. I don't live anywhere near there.
Oh.
And I mean seriously, for serious.
Flo got hit by them before.
Yeah. It was hilarious because like the address wasn't even close. They didn't even have the right city. They didn't have anything right. It was just
they're called Marauders or something like that. It's a group. And I'm not sure if it comes from Discord Discord Marauders, something like that, going around. Flo had that one night. There was like 20 of them
Yeah, that's about how yesterday.
saying the same stuff you just said that they
Yeah.
said on your show.
Yeah, and then but it's just hilarious to me because like they're not even good at it. Like they couldn't even get the right city. Like
I feel like we've cut Dolbez out of the conversation for some reason.
Oh, I forgot he was still here. I'm so sorry. He might be asleep. It's probably late there.
No,
But
it's not that late yet. I'm just
Dolbez
listening.
is he's Viking born, like forest people. He's perfectly capable of
Wait, well, hold on.
snatching
Can you
that mic
highlight
when he
that comment from Nancy, Jeff, for just a second?
moves. I have never. Ooh, ooh, oh wow.
All right.
Okay, that sounds like
Now,
a rich vein of experience with hookers.
Miss
No
Nancy.
pun
Now,
intended.
I personally don't know anybody who is a lady of the night, but I would love for you to come up on panel and share your experiences because Moose is a sheltered being. I was a sheltered child.
I've never known any proper hookers, but I used to know a few girls that were what my friends called hookers. You know.
Well, I mean, I worked in a casino, so I eventually learned what they were, but I never really like made acquaintances with them because.
Germans.
Oh no, I'm positive.
What
I like
would
my money, baby.
Jesus would have? He would have been hanging out with them.
Yeah, you know, Jesus wouldn't have gotten in trouble either because he was the Son of God, right?
Oh,
So
I see. Yeah.
Well,
he's got free reign.
Daniel's got the right idea there. You know, said live without fear. Hookers blowing cardigans for Jesus is a better slogan.
Hooking for Jesus? That's a good idea.
Hookers blowing cardigans for Jesus. Yeah.
There is a group called that, by the way.
There is.
Hookers blowing cardigans for Jesus.
No,
Nancy says we should swarm a channel and then everybody can do the ass.
Hooking for Jesus. There used to
What
be
are you talking about?
A YouTube channel?
No.
Like
I'm talking
if we
about
all
a
five of
physical
us
group.
jump to another channel at the same time and we just invade them, and then we all give them the Braveheart.
There's a movie called Honk for Jesus, Save Your Soul. It's a mockumentary. Wow, how come I didn't know about this? Let me look it up. Chris, we might have us a new movie to watch.
Man, we watched that we watched that Swans documentary the other night, guys, and like that was really, really great. You guys missed out on that one. That was like
Which documentary?
the Swans documentary and the parking lot.
yeah.
Those were both so good.
Yeah, we watched, and Huckabees was good if you haven't seen it. And what was that other
Put me in
thing
a
we
really
watched?
positive mental state, to be honest. Like I felt really, and then the next day we got S tier, you know. So
What does swarming a channel mean?
oh yeah, that's what
okay.
happened to me yesterday. I got channel swarmed yesterday by a troll army.
Oh, how does like when the trolls? Yeah, I think that happened. Remember when Jeff was hanging out here in that who was that troll gang?
Yeah, I know.
Stalk him. I forgot their name.
Yeah, but they kept. I was telling Chuck about it because it was hilarious because they were like, "We got you now, motherfucker. We're gonna swat the hell out of you." They started posting this address in the private chat, just spamming it like 100 times, and it wasn't even.
Oh, you mean
they
they came backstage?
Yeah, they came backstage, and like I wouldn't let them on. I kept kicking them and banning them as they came on. They came on one by one with each like new persona, and like I kept banning. I was just banning them left and right.
Like a video
But they were spamming the chat though with this address that's nowhere near where I live. I don't have any idea whose the address it is or anything. I'm like, I really hope you guys don't swat some random innocent person because that's not me.
Yeah, Troy Gold might end up at the wrong house.
giving out your enemy's like address online or whatever. Swarm a channel and start acting like you're doxing somebody, and then everybody goes to that house and that takes care of your. That's a good way, dude. That's a great way to
Like
manipulate
some
people and take
psychoterrorism.
care of business. Yeah, that's some psychotic shit right there.
Oh man.
Oh, they were following Chris. I feel like I know people on this channel that follow from panel to panel too, just trying to find panels to go on.
They said they found my panel because I had open panel in the title.
Oh, you meant Chopper Jeff. Yeah, I noticed that too. He found his lady, which is good. I think that's fantastic. But I know what it's like to be in that bubble. So
Yeah,
he popped in the other day for a second though, and
yeah, he'll be
did
back. He'll be back.
He'll be back when she stops putting out. That's for damn sure.
There you have the real tea.
Are you
It's
speaking
the
from
truth.
experience, Moose?
Leave it to Moose.
Yeah, hey, think about it. Think about it. When you first get with someone, I mean, you could be boning for 10, 12, 14 hours, 24 hours straight. You'd be in the same bed, like whatever. You sitting there just trying to get it on, right? You're doing the diggity. But
where are you meeting these people?
over time, you got to get shit done, right? So you've got to you got a life to live. So you can't be boning all day long. So it just happens. You get better at getting that orgasm faster, and you know it's that whole night long ceremony turns into like half hour or whatever. You know what it's like, Chuck. And so you have the rest of your day.
Quality, not quantity.
Just wait till you get to the 3-minute rule.
Nah, we don't. I'm not
Quality,
playing
not quantity.
Sad. Y'all making this Satanist just sad.
If it's taking you 12 hours to get there, you ain't doing it right. You know.
No,
I like to eat before.
You have a total misconception about the lovemaking process, Chris. I may not be French, but I tell you what, I could love a lady like that, and you just have to. I mean, it's all. Man, I can't teach you. You want me to make you a 12-hour video on how to please a lady fucking 14 ways from Sunday? Like, you're going to have to pay for that shit.
We'll put that on the Patreon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to put that behind the paywall, yeah. I mean,
Careful,
seriously,
you're going to scar this young man that's on panel.
You know, you guys have no like sense of like intimacy, huh? Like you guys just go fucking bone to bone, and then it's like 30 seconds later you're done and you're off having coffee or something. Like
I've been married for 18 years, so.
So what are you saying? So you're basically ready for one of us to come over there and take charge? Come on, Chris.
No, I'm saying that we both know each other well enough where we can get each other where we want to be without taking 12 hours. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but that was my whole point in the beginning, right? It's like at first
and
you'll
then
dedicate that time.
And then you can still get it on and get shit done.
It's the journey,
That's
not
what
the
I did. I
destination.
just say that. Should we re-roll the tapes and just see what Moose said? Did I not articulate myself well enough there? I mean, that's exactly what I said, Chris. Chopper Jeff
I
will be
understood
back
what you said.
as soon as the pussy slows down.
Well, that's going to be
What about
quite
you?
a long
What
time.
an emotional connection though, and like oxytocin and chemicals. And
Oh yeah, I mean, you still get
All of that's part of the process. All of that stuff, all the chemicals and the balance and stuff like that. Once you guys get chemically balanced and everybody's chemistry is on par, then things change. Like if you look at studies, couples who sleep in the same bed for a certain amount of years, their heartbeat starts to become the same. You start getting on the same pace. You know what I mean? It's
Mike and I had separate bedrooms. That was one of the keys to our very successful relationship. Like we had we each had a room we could go to when we needed to have our own space and everything. I don't know how couples do it living in one bedroom together.
Me and Lindsay always use separate bedrooms and stuff because she doesn't sleep really well next to people.
Like y'all can sleep in one bed all you want, but just having like each person just having that one little space that's theirs is a relationship.
Like Lindsay's an only child, and I'm from like a bigger family, and so it's
hey Hayley.
What's a hair triggered jizz lick?
I'm my own grandpa, so it don't matter.
Jizz lobber. Hey, hold on. You got to answer this, Daniel. You can't distract me here, dude. How do you go from getting it on for 24 hours to hair triggered jizz lobber?
Moose. We got a young man up here. I think he's 18?
Dope. This
He's
is
probably got more testosterone going through his bones than all four of us.
and
Well,
more intelligence and
minus me
self-awareness
because I got some
to manage his
testosterone
own.
still. My testosterone level's still peaking.
All right, Benton.
Really? How old are you, Moose?
I'm 37, baby. I'm
And
37,
it's
but I'm
still
still
going
like
up.
clinging that hard.
I feel like mine's still there too, but that could be super.
I'm
helpful.
63 and a half. Plumbing still works.
I was on testosterone shots for a while, but that didn't really do anything for me.
Was that part of when you was transitioning?
Yeah, yeah. That's how I
I
became a
don't need no
man.
testosterone shots, bro. You need to siphon some off of me.
Oh, that sounds dirty.
I think I'll pass on siphoning off the testosterone from you.
My wife was like, "Do you guys talk about total trash all day long?"
No.
No, not to,
I
we do
want you guys to
philosophy
take-
and smart stuff.
Take 30 seconds to discuss my response, and then I'll get back to you.
Okay.
What? Wait, what response? What
I'm lost.
Yeah, well,
I missed
let's
the response.
discuss
Are you talking
something
about comments?
smart. Like Jeff said, something smart. No, nothing specific, but just smart.
Oh, that all we talk about is trash.
I'm guessing.
I think if the average viewer tuned in at random times, they would get a mix of impressions that, yes, this is a big drama trash channel. But if they tune in at other times, they would see like a lot of intelligent people or people that aspire to being intellectuals talking about like nerd stuff and philosophical topics. So you would get a mix.
The raw, I give them the raw dog. And so what I told the wife was, I looked straight at her and I said, look, I talk whenever the fuck I want to talk about it. That's just the way it is. Like, I am who I am, right? Just like you guys are who you are. And then she was like, "Oh, could you tell me about the gender studies?" I said, "You can listen to the fucking program if you want to hear that."
You told your wife this?
Yeah, well, it's no disrespect. There's no disrespect there. It's just
Do you
check it
speak
out.
like that? Do you speak like that to your
I
wife?
speak exactly how I speak.
Oh Lord.
I speak like that
I
to you,
like
Chuck.
that kind of direct. This is what I try to get from
Well,
other people. That's so hard.
I'm talking about with all the curse words
Yes,
added
all the
to
curse
it.
words, everything. I give you everything. This is me. This is
But
the
those
raw
are
me.
those are emphatic. Like you throw them in for emphasis to make your point.
Yeah, but
There's a-
when you got kids, you can't use those words.
well, we don't know that he's doing it for the kids, and we grew up with adults cursing around us. It wasn't no big deal. I mean, look at me
You're
now.
still alive, Chuck. You're still doing well. So
Yes, sir. I'm not 6 feet under
I do
yet.
my best not
Jeff,
to
maybe
curse
that's
in
why
front of
you're
my
a
child.
Satanist.
What's up, Dolbies?
Yeah, Jeff. Maybe that's why you're a Satanist. They curse too much around you when you're a kid, and that's why you ended up where you ended up.
Can I say?
But it be
No.
Satan.
I think Jeff's a Satanist because he lived the movie Deliverance.
Nope.
I've actually
No,
never
it's
seen that movie. I don't think I've lived. I don't remember living it. It seemed like I remember something like that. And
He
I've
didn't say
been on
nothing
many
after I talked to
trip.
him.
That was a gruesome
She don't
movie.
talk back to me, bro. She don't talk back to me. I'm sorry. I'm talking to the crowd again. My wife does not talk back to me because I don't disrespect her. I don't talk down to her. I talk to her. I talk direct. I speak in an articulation where if you don't fucking understand what I'm saying to you, then you need a fucking Bible or something. Okay.
Now, wait
You know
a
what I
minute.
mean?
Those two words don't go together.
They're going together today, Chuck. I have to spell it out to everyone because if I don't say it the way I say it, then it's not gonna be taken the other way. They're gonna be like, oh, what is he saying? Is he saying this? Is he saying that? And no, I'm saying this.
Damn,
But they
got
always
him lit
take it a
up.
different way no matter what. Like even if you're trying to give your authentic like as raw and authentic as you can, they're still going to take it a different way. Like they're never
But
going to
that's
take it like
fine.
the way you're trying to deliver it.
When you say it the way you're gonna say it from your heart,
What?
from your soul, like when you say so, you speak the way you're supposed to speak, like with confidence. You know, you walk with confidence, and you do things with confidence. Like it comes out different, and people.
Yeah.
Chuck, you wouldn't think anything of it. You would see the smile on my face. You would see everything's cool. If you saw my wife's face, you would see her affect didn't change. She didn't look threatened. She didn't feel like I was overpowering her. You know what I mean? Like, like people
Why are
make
we
things up in their
defend
head
this
that
or
make these
justify this or
like
talk about this at all?
weird stories, dog. Weird stories. And Chuck,
I'm
I
here.
got a question for you, Chuck.
I'm all ears.
Are you going on Talcott's tonight?
I'm banned.
Oh, like from the comments, you. Oh, by
Yeah.
the way, you don't know who did it, but yeah, you did say that. But
What
can
he
you still
usually
click the panel link?
he usually after I go up on panel, he usually bans me from StreamYard and chat.
Because y'all fall into your pattern, like
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm just leaving him alone. Why? What about Talcott tonight?
Oh, I'm just feeling feisty.
I see that. Neurojack got you lit today.
You got me lit. Neurojack.
Is
got
that
me
what
lit.
started it? Really? That the
Yeah, I mean, how would you feel if you woke up 3:30?
I don't have my sound turn. I don't have
Yeah.
sound notifications, so I just see
It was
little.
it was the vibration. It was like beep, beep, beep.
Watch my video. Watch my video. Watch
It's
my
like,
video.
I mean, how fucking like I mean, you've really got to be fucking like full of yourself to think that anybody's gonna go watch your video after you fucking spam them. Like, you know,
He is a different
when you do
bird.
something. Like when Jeff posts a video, right? He says it's like one video. Jeff says, "Hey, come check this video out." PF Young, boom, right? It's not 7
And I don't
videos
do
in a row.
hashtag. I don't do everyone, so you don't get like a personal notification, like somebody's messaging you personally.
Yeah, it's like he's the queen. You know, he's trying to be a little queen. He's like, "Oh, I'm here. Everybody, look at me."
I think
Gotta
he's
notify
just.
you.
I think he's just trying to promote his videos. He's just a little aggressive about it.
He's
No, I'm
red
just a
pill.
dick to him. I'm a dick to him because he kept telling Chris I'm an agent and
What?
wouldn't explain it. Wouldn't give Chris any like actual information or whatnot, and then he wouldn't hash it out with me because he's a bitch. So I like to have resolution. If you won't have resolution with me, Neurojack, then you're a bitch.
Yeah, Neurojack, come out and let's.
He's red pill.
He's red. Oh, I'm red pill too.
Are
but
you?
even red pillars, I'm having mixed results with. I don't know how red pilled some of them actually are.
Well, you need to come over to the MAGA side. We'll show you how to live.
I need to get my that's what I want to do when I do my puppeteer, my video game like Talcott did. I want to wear my red Forrest Bubba Gump hat around town, and then I'll have somebody in my ear like Paul was, and we'll walk around town with it, and we'll see what happens if I get beat up or not. Yeah, no, I'm not opposed to MAGA at all.
I mean, why would anybody be opposed to the whole? Aside from the, if you look
I'm
up
not
what
that
MAGA
impressed
is,
with
MAGA's
Trump
like
right
one
now.
of the like Satan deities or whatever. But it's like why would you be opposed to making America great again? Like just the slogan alone, like that slogan is so cool, right? It's like, damn, that's powerful. But then.
There's some music or something going on.
Hi. Oh, I'm sorry.
Whoa.
Hey,
okay. Okay. Let me
volume. Jeff, turn it down.
let me mute some stuff.
Yeah, you're kind of loud.
Jeff, her mic is hot.
I'm sorry.
Euro, it's not your fault. It's StreamYard's fault.
No, we never know how high our mics are. Like, especially we don't.
I don't even know how to turn it down. Okay, I'll just kind of whisper.
No, Jeff's got it. Jeff can turn it down.
Is that better?
Yeah. I could hear it just fine now.
All right,
Show me
what's
the
up?
titties. Show me the titties. Baby, I'm old
What?
enough to be your grandmama.
No, I wasn't talking to you, Nancy.
Oh,
Nancy,
Lord.
No, I'm so
Good
sorry,
good call.
Nancy. You're
Moose,
taking it out of context. I'm sorry. There was
Moose, I already
look
showed
back
you
in the
mine,
chat.
Moose.
Look at the chat. There was some some old school drawings because I'm back when the computer first came out, and so I was talking about those.
When the computer first came, I don't even think you were 2 years old when the computer came out. What year was you born?
Why do you think I'm so smart, Chuck? So good with computers.
Aw, that's so good with the titties.
Well, to be
Oh, I'm
fair,
great
the
with
first
those
computer
titties,
was the
Nancy.
Alan Turing machine during
Don't
World
worry,
War
I don't
II.
care if they're old. I like them too.
Is it okay if I just sit here and laugh at you fellas?
Yeah, you
Of
can. And
course, of
jump.
course.
What are your thoughts so far? Jump in.
Well, what are my thoughts? I just screwed up internet on the phone
Oh, okay.
as usual.
Technical
And you know what? Speaking of computers, I was doing computers way back when Bill Gates or whoever his ass is was sending around free copies of. You got to try this thing. We're calling it Windows.
Yep.
So we got free copies of Windows 0.
Yep.
And I installed
remember
this
that.
on my work computer, and I'm going, what the fuck is this supposed to be? It just slows everything down. Because we didn't have the capability yet for the, back then you had one screen. It was black with green typing, or it was black with orange typing. There was
Yes,
there were no
ma'am.
The green.
pictures,
I remember
no
I had a K
video.
Pro. I remember the green typing.
So I put this Windows thing on my work computer. My boss was going, what does it do? Because he used to bring me these things to test out. I said, it slows down a computer. He said, well, fucking throw it away.
It's a
And
GUI. It was their first attempt at a GUI.
Slows down.
Graphical user interface.
Except we had no capacity for computer graphics because we had those.
Yeah, everything was
Really?
text.
It was
Or you could draw
green on black
Unicode
or
graphics.
orange on black. Tight. A courier font. That's what.
And you had to load your programs up with a cassette tape recorder.
Right? Oh my God.
No.
With shoot, those discs, those
The floppies.
discs that always got bent.
Yeah, you had the big ones at first, and then they had the little.
The first computer I used the paper tape. You had to punch paper tape on a typewriter type machine, and then feed the tape into the computer.
Oh man!
When I went to, I started the University of Maryland in 1978, and my boyfriend was a computer science major. And I'll never forget going with him to the computer lab so he could load 200 goddamn punch cards into this big ass. Again, hello, Wilma Flintstone. And meanwhile, he's learning to do that, an expert
How
in
long
his
did it
field.
take him to get them loaded?
I don't know. I used to fall asleep. I don't even know how he made those cards, but he used to ask me to go with him to keep him awake.
There's like a typewriter machine. You type on this machine, and as you type, it would punch the card. And then you took that card and fed it into the computer.
All the way down to the computer lab in the snow, and that computer was as big as my goddamn kitchen wall.
Oh yeah, they were huge.
Meanwhile, somebody somewhere, while he's learning to do this, somebody's inventing the Macintosh.
What an annoying calculator, Nancy. I would not want to deal with that. I wouldn't.
I'm sorry, I'm yelling.
Oh, don't be sorry. I mean, I'm sorry you guys had to deal with that shit. Like, technology is amazing.
That was computer technology back then. And you know what? He got a very good job at RCA in Camden, New Jersey. He was an electrical engineer.
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess they were up there still shoving cards into things.
I remember when I got out of the service, Motorola offered me a job, but I didn't want to move to Arizona.
Oh. My one-time brother-in-law worked for Motorola, but he was in Austin.
Scottsdale, Arizona is where they're headquartered. Or the place they wanted to send me.
Too hot.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to go.
Arizona's scary. I don't live
Cost of
anywhere
living.
where it's a whole damn desert and they got to import the water. No.
Cost of living was too high
Vegas
too.
was like that too.
It's like I
But
couldn't live in Las Vegas because it feels to me like humans aren't meant to live in Las Vegas. There's no water. It's too sunny.
Oh, there's plenty of water. There's more water.
There's free air conditioning.
Probably
And it smells like sex all the
but where do
time.
they pump it in from?
They're importing it from, like, they have to
I
keep
mean,
all those
you shouldn't
all
worry
those
about that.
casinos
I mean,
have fountains and
Nevadans have
water
a high
features.
rate of
I know there's plenty of
And the
water.
palm
but
trees
if
are not
anything-
native either. They bring
We
those
have the
in from-
Hoover Dam there. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Huh?
Okay, well,
We have
maybe
the
I'm
Hoover
stupid.
Dam there.
That's a possibility.
They had us
Lake
under
Mead.
water
Listen,
restrictions
Nancy,
when I lived there.
actually, the Hoover Dam is it could collapse, and
It's
if
dropping.
that happens, then boom, boom, sucker.
You sound excited.
See, they built that dam to have water for Las Vegas, right? It just feels like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because they share it with Arizona, Vegas, California, and some other state, Utah maybe, or Colorado. But
And I
that
don't
Lake
even
Mead
need
water
water.
is for
I'm
4
about to
different
turn 64, so I'm living on borrowed time anyway. So I need not worry about a goddamn thing, right?
You must have been born in 60, just like me. 1960.
age?
1960, baby. I turned 64 on Juneteenth.
I turned in
Wow. We'll have to
November.
celebrate.
Oh,
What's your November? What? Are you a Scorpio?
3rd. Yeah, I'm a Scorpio.
Okay. The tiger.
I'll
so you
sting the
remember that
shit out of
Beatles song,
anybody.
right? You remember that
You
Beatles
never
song?
seen the Tiger King, Jeff?
Yeah, I watched it. I got sucked in. I did.
Wait, didn't that guy also run for president from prison?
He tried to, and he thought Trump was going to pardon him. He got all excited and ready for his release, and he never got the pardon. But for a while, like, there was suspense. So if Trump was going to pardon the Tiger King,
that would have been
I
cool.
still think Carol Baskins killed her husband, though, for sure.
I don't think it was
No,
as
it's
black
not
and white as the story
her.
show. I don't think she's as virtuous as the story tried to.
Yeah, I
frame it.
think
But I
that
can't
the
point to anything
animals
specific.
took care of business. I think the animals took care of business, and everybody else just kind of looked the other way. You know what I'm
The
saying?
one I didn't
May
like
I
was
ask a
that.
question?
What's up?
I have a question. We're all voting, right? Please, everybody vote. Even if you're
No, I'm
writing
not.
Pee Wee
I
Herman.
plan to,
don't-
but this is a tough election. It's going to be hard.
I don't participate. in
Although the more I
suggestion
look at this DEI
process.
stuff, it's getting easier.
Here is why I say this. If we don't vote, we're sending the politicians a message that we do not give a shit. And
Yeah,
then
but
they
we
think they
Exactly.
can get away with murder.
No,
The turnout, the last
election
3
is
elections, the
set
turnout
by
has
vote.
been higher than in history. Like we've had.
Yeah, it
record
was
turnout
six-
the
That's
last 3
true,
elections.
and I have such faith.
We've
I
gone
really
from
do
like
in my fellow
1/3 to
Americans.
almost 2/3 participation. We went up a whole third since Trump got
Yeah, it's like 60%, right, on the last one.
Yeah, something
Because
like that.
people are
Which
paying
is-
more attention.
Slow.
And that's
Yeah.
the thing about not voting. If you don't vote, it just tells them I don't give a shit, and you can do
But
whatever the fuck
sometimes
you
not
want.
voting is the vote. I think if people want to have their vote be the act of not voting, that's as much their voice as voting.
No, that is not how
That
they interpret
that
it.
all
I'm
that
doing it
means is
like
Well, that's how
the
I'm like.
best
I'm
way
gonna
I can
interpret it how I
explain it
want.
to you guys is if I believe that I'm voting for the lesser of two evils, I am voting for evil regardless of either choice, and therefore I will not participate. And I
So
don't
there.
go
care what
in there and
CBS
write
says.
in your
Therefore,
mother's name. Write in
No,
there.
sir.
anybody's name, but if we don't vote, every time we vote, it tells them I got my eyes on you.
Yeah.
Well,
I got
okay,
my
I'll
eyes
have
on
a
you. I'm
I have a counter
voting. I got
argument
my
to that.
eyes on you.
I have a
But some people
counter
may
argument
not care. Like they may be so indifferent they don't care who gets in
Oh, I
office because
know.
and
they're
Yeah.
also, Jeff,
so they don't necessarily have their eyes on them. So sending that message would not be accurate for those people.
another thing
Yeah,
you could
I
do is
know. Just for those of you who care, I
Dobbins is
implore you to vote. Vote for Pee Wee Herman. Vote for Mick Jagger. I don't care. Just please vote to let them know you got your eyes on them.
I'm
Okay,
Or
sorry,
just
that's
vote
you're
in
saying the
other
same
what
thing
if
like
people.
the
Like
so
you
people
don't
that
just
said,
if
"Oh, go get
is that
jabbed."
vote out the
strategy?
existing people. If you're already at the point where you have to let them know you have their eyes on them, just put new people in there.
And
But
also,
turn in that ballot, because that ballot says, I'm watching you.
although you could also argue that by not voting, you show that you do not believe the government institution is legitimate as it is. And I mean, at least in Norway and most of Europe, if too few people vote, the government can't form. Like, it's not legitimate if it's not representative of the population. So if you're just dissatisfied with both parties, then you vote blank. If you're satisfied with the entire democratic process as it is, then you don't vote. And if enough people don't vote, they can't form government because they don't have a majority and they need to seriously restructure. So that could also be a legitimate strategy to not vote, to show that the entire
Ours is not set up that way.
Yeah, we
this
could
is
have
America. We
23
don't have
people
that weird.
I just
voting
want to
and
be
we still
100%
have a president.
clear.
But would the government form a government if they got a
Fucking
minority? Like,
Now,
would
if
they
someone pulls
actually?
me over and wants to put me in cuffs and take me to jail, that's the way it's gonna be. Just like Paul. Like I do not like I grew up and everybody said, "Oh, smoking weed, you're gonna get tickets, you're gonna get in trouble, blah blah blah." I do what I fucking want. I don't disrespect people. I don't go out of my way to cause trouble. As long as I'm not causing loss, injury, or harm, I don't give a fuck. Like if my neighbor complained that I was smoking weed, I tell them to go fuck themselves because that is just not their fucking business. I'm
That's a
sorry.
disgusting
It's just the
smell,
way it
though.
is. I don't care, Chuck. I really don't give a fuck. Like, we all have individual freedom, and I am very respectful with what I do. If I was standing next to your window and smoking, I understand you saying something. That's different, right? Or if I was in front of your children smoking and you didn't want
Would
your children
Moose?
to see that, different, right? But I am saying I'm a respectful being.
This is an American. Would
Nobody has
Moose?
authority over you. Nobody has authority over me.
But your rights stop when it interferes with somebody else's rights.
No, hang on. That's self-sovereignty. Satan would be very, very pleased to hear this.
It's not what? It's not American?
What Moose is voicing is basic, fundamental American values to me. That is that this entire country is set up for Moose to be able to do and live exactly like he's describing right now. And I hear an American talking when I hear Moose. Like this is such an inspiring thing to see and hear from me right now. I wish more people were like that.
I so now take
But as far as whether it's hurting somebody else, that's for them to take care of. Unless you want a nanny state babysitting and policing everybody that just because they don't like the way somebody's expressing themselves, which is what we have now.
I so appreciate right now being able to walk down the block to the weed dispensary Hello? And say, I need half an hour. What's your best sativa today? And they give me the senior discount, those lovely children. I could not smoke weed for 20 years because I was teaching school and it was illegal. And all the dealers around here were my students. I so appreciate just being able to go to the weed store. And then the gift shop around the corner, I can buy a bag of mushrooms for $30. Jesus, it's like, it's so much better.
But I'm not an asshole.
I like
that.
freedom.
I'll go out of my way.
Question. Hi guys,
Welcome.
I'm Hayley.
No problems.
I have to go. I have to get back on
Okay.
a call. However, I wanted to say that yes, voting is good, but also head on over to the Federal Register.
Just like if I were to put something on my property and you didn't
Because-
like it, like, oh, I painted it the color you don't like.
Wait, Moose. Once she has to leave real quick, so 1 second.
You know what I mean?
I want to point out.
I don't know what to say.
Haley has.
The Federal
Hey,
Register. That's how to participate.
I'm sorry.
Too, and they
I
have
didn't
to
pay
read
you.
all of them. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta get back to work. Bye, guys.
The color that
Sorry,
you
Haley.
like.
Try
I don't-
again. If you get another chance, try again.
You
I'd love to have
should,
it.
right? You know what I mean?
Bye.
It's like if you want to paint every house in the neighborhood and then make the rules for every house in the neighborhood. But until then,
Uh-oh. I think I didn't kick it, but that's his signal. That's total coincidence.
I think he was lagging too.
Oh, okay. Oh,
'Cause
that's why he and Haley.
He kept
collided.
because
that makes sense. Yeah, I don't think
he did that when Dolbers was talking, or when Chris was talking, or when there was. You could tell there's a lag somewhere.
Fun with dirt. I live in a mail-in state, and it's a beautiful system. It could not work.
Oh, I
better.
just
And none of my ballots come with the political party on the outside of the envelope. So I don't know what state that's happening.
I despise the mass mail-in.
Oh, I love it. I wish more states would go to it. Couldn't be easier and more convenient. And I feel very secure in it. There's so many layers of verification and check and balances, and you get a little confirmation thing where you can go online and see that your vote was recorded and track it and everything.
Did you see what was it, Wisconsin, Minnesota, one of those northern states? The Democratic Party took a case to court to remove signature verification on mail-in ballots, and they lost.
Yeah, well, the signature is one of the layers of verification here, and
Yeah.
I'm glad they did it. So, yeah, I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, we always have to sign when we vote. I mean, you guys, our California presidential ballot, you would cry laughing. There's always like 50 choices.
I saw that last election.
At the top, it's going to be Biden and Trump, of course, but then you got the Peace and Freedom Party, the Green People, it's 7 different varieties of the Communist Party, the American Indian Party. I mean, and all these people, God bless them, who having a chance in hell of winning. But they're all
Right. So if you're voting
balanced.
realistic and strategically, it would be better to vote for somebody that has a chance of getting in office.
Well, see, in California, it's always going to be the Democrat right now. So Biden is going to take California now. So I might write in Bernie Sanders again. That's what I did with Hillary because I was so pissed at her. Because I voted really late. And the voting kicked out.
I'm gonna
at
write in
8
Jack
o'clock. I think I
Talcott.
voted at 7:58. What?
Help him get to Congress.
No, right in.
He wants to disrupt the election
I'm only
anyway. Maybe
barely
he'll-
Right in
familiar
a
with that
non-American. That would be funny. Just Boris
Okay, I'm
Johnson.
gonna shut up.
hey, to help make my point, Nancy, I got a question for you. You've been in California for how long?
Let's see. I'm about to turn 64. I moved here when I was 22.
Okay, so you've been voting for a long time.
Yeah.
Why isn't things getting better there?
Because Despite the fact I'm in California, I have yet to find that store with the magic wands.
So wait, so you've been voting
Well, if
for
it's
over
not in
50
California,
years.
it's not anywhere.
I am in California. I just
I know,
can't
but
fix
my
everything.
point is you've been voting for 50 years and things are getting worse, not better. So and I voted.
I don't
I voted
believe
for
that
Obama
at
the first time.
all. I don't
You don't
believe
believe
that
that
at
at all?
all. We
Inflation
have
is
gay
through the
marriage.
roof.
We have
Poverty is
legal
through the roof.
drugs.
California has
We
more
have.
homeless people than they've ever
No,
had
I
in
don't
the
believe
entire
things have
history
gotten
of the
worse.
state.
There's that
But
lag I'm
things
talking
like
about.
things like
Better there as
Nancy,
the entire state falls apart. That's crazy.
people are seeing like scenes out of San Francisco with the homeless and the drugs and the housing crisis and the crime and stuff like that. And so when they say
San
it's getting
Francisco
worse,
stocked
I've
up,
seen it
and you know what has to happen
firsthand.
there? The rents need to go down. They got all kinds of empty
So how do
office
you get the
space
rents to
and
go down,
people
Nancy?
living on the street. Do the goddamn algebra, San Francisco.
I know, but my point is not that you're a bad person or anything like that. My point is that you've been voting for the better thing for a long time, right? For what you believe in, and you're not getting it. It's not coming. It's never going to come. But we're going
are
to
your
continue
people
to just hit
winning?
that button.
Are your people not winning in the first place? Are they winning and not delivering?
Some things I have wished for with all my heart have absolutely come true. Point in fact, gay marriage.
Yeah.
Who the hell 50 years ago, who thought
I
gay
didn't.
marriage
We
would
didn't
be
even
legal
envision
across
it
the
when we were
country?
doing our activism. We didn't even conceive it. We were going for like just state by state civil
That
unions
came
for a while.
true. That is so much better than 50 years ago. We got legal weed, legal mushrooms. What else? It's many
Pretty
good
much legal
things
drugs.
happened.
Change takes
We've got
time.
so much more interesting music since 50 years ago. So there's that.
Music
Yeah,
is complete trash these days. Like 100%
I
trash.
feel so much more comfortable today than I did 50 years ago.
And that's exactly how the people who run this country want you to feel. They want you to feel comfortable because you'll sit there and you'll go to the ballot box, you'll hit the numbers and the letters, and then you'll go home and you'll feel like you made a difference, and things will never get better because you and I and the rest of this country are comfortable. If we weren't comfortable, if we were fired up and we wanted change, things would change. But because we're comfortable, it will never come.
We've always had change.
Comfortable's a luxury. And you know what? I did the protest thing in my 20s and my 30s. I can't do it no more. My back hurts sometimes, and I can't run as fast as I used to run.
You're not a good ally. No, I'm just kidding.
I know you're not mad at
saying
me.
the ballot box is not helping you. It's not helping me. So how do you tell, like, how
It
are you
helps
gonna
me be an American. It helps me use one of the best powers Americans have at the ballot box. And imagine what would happen if every single damn American voted. You think they wouldn't start paying attention? Yes, they would.
Have you looked into?
And also, I'm not mad at you. I
have you
just
looked
have a
into
laugh
the
now.
counting machines? No, it's fine. Have you looked into the counting machines and all the problems that they have with those? You see, we don't live in a system of checks and balances anymore, Nancy. If we did, if every single person had one vote and that was it, then things would be different. Yet there's been, in the past 20 or 30 years, there's been countless times where it has been found that dead people were voting, certain people were voting multiple times, and there's all kinds of other mysterious things that are happening. I'm not saying that.
So you don't trust the elections. You don't think our elections
Why
are
would
free and fair?
anyone?
about the government.
You know
I
what
don't
the
trust
penalty
anything about
is
it.
for election fraud? It's a fucking federal felony. Who the hell? How many people
Do you know
are
who
really
enforces the laws?
casting double votes or dozens of votes,
Nancy, you can
which
look it up.
aren't going
There's
to matter
evidence to
anyway?
support everything I'm saying right now. And to look it up, you have to figure out who prosecutes these individuals. The
Well,
district
here's the thing, though.
attorneys.
Okay, I live in California, right?
They have to actually make a decision to prosecute somebody. You can't just say, "Oh, this guy committed a crime." Okay, and then tell a cop, and then if the cop doesn't write it down or doesn't do anything about it, nothing happens. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. Look up the evidence.
It's a
there.
stupid crime, though. Okay, good.
It's a
Okay,
stupid crime. Voting
I
fraud
live
is a
in
stupid
California.
crime.
The number, I'm looking up the numbers now. They're very,
Oh,
very
calm
rare.
down, calm
What if I
down.
did that? What if I stole five? No. What if I was a Trump-a-lump and I stole 500 votes for Donald Trump? Guess what would happen? Joe Biden would still win California. It's a stupid crime. Nobody does it. It's
That's
a
not
stupid
Yes, they
crime.
do. Yeah.
One
Yes,
vote,
they
It is
one
do.
very,
extra
very
vote,
rare.
12
I'm
extra votes,
posting links now.
50
It's
extra
just
votes
like
aren't gonna
systemic
win the
racism.
election.
It's like
Nobody
a
does that stupid
non-issue
shit.
that people are homophobia.
No,
or
it is
transphobic.
an issue because if you can't trust a system of checks and balances, then you
Well,
are
I
trusting
do
on
trust
faith.
the system
But
of
You
most
checks
are
and
people,
trusting on
like,
balances.
faith and not on actual science or evidence.
it's
That
not a
right there
perfect
is a false
system, but
premise.
it's perfect enough to trust it. Just like a
It's
bridge or a
not.
highway might not
It's
be.
not. It's the
According
people
to
who created this
the research
country
I'm doing, it is.
set this country up for a certain freedom that we were supposed to have. We have lost those freedoms. We have lost the way.
Our Constitution is a thing of beauty, and it has been admired and
It's getting trampled on daily.
imitated around. It is
Losing
not
our
being
rights.
trampled upon. Not on my
It
watch.
is. You like people are delusional. To go through and think that everything is okay is delusional.
Everything is
No,
never
well,
going to
wait,
be okay.
what if you're
But
delusional
our
in thinking that
Constitution
it's
is
at the
still a
catastrophic?
thing of beauty.
This is what we talk
Jeff,
about
like
here.
I said,
Everything's
just-
narrative
you
and
just
it's
gotta look
subjective,
into it.
and nobody knows how to tell what's real. Like one possibility is it's the dire situation you describe, and our election system is corrupt and fucked.
But I
beyond
don't
belief.
care
And
about
the
it.
other pole is it's barely an issue. It's very rare. It almost never happens, which is what I'm seeing when I research. So somewhere between those two, there's some truth. We just no one person
The
knows how
problem
to find
is,
that
Jeff,
spot.
is how do you find the truth if there's no systems of checks and balances? How do you trust a system that lies to
There
you?
is
Okay?
checks
They
and
lie.
balances.
No, there
I
isn't.
trust that there is that system of checks and balances there, because when I look into it, it mostly seems to be there. There's those few
Okay,
little edge cases that it doesn't catch.
So what happened with the past few presidents that have all these charges and you know what I mean? What happens to these people? None of these people actually go to jail. None of these people are getting in trouble. So where's the system of checks and balances that we're talking about? If this is actually there, then there's the balance part is missing. Because the
I
balance
agree about that. When you're talking about like crime among the wealthy and the elite and white collar, I agree, is probably under police and under prosecuted, but that's separate from voter fraud and election fraud.
But
Like the
who do
fact
you
that
think pays?
those
who
people
do you
are
think
getting
pays
away
for
with
you?
things is not the same thing as
These
election.
people are paying they're paying to lobby to change your future. They have all this money and time. Do you know what
That's been
lobbyists
going
are?
on forever.
You don't feel in control of your future?
Oh, I do, because I play outside of the system. I do whatever the fuck I want. But if you
May I
want to
ask Moose a
believe,
question?
if you want to
May I ask
believe
Moose
that
a
voting
question,
works,
please?
and you continue to vote and you continue to see that the results are not working in your favor, you're getting promised things that never are delivered, then
I'm
that's
not
crazy.
my results haven't been that extreme. They've been like I've gotten some things I voted for, some things I didn't, something have been in the middle. So my results haven't been as disappointing.
I grew up in California. 33 years I spent there. I voted, like, to help homeless. I voted to help poverty. I voted for legalized marijuana. I voted for gay marriage. I voted for Obama. All kinds of stuff, right? I voted for all kinds of things that I was like, oh, okay, these things are positive changes, right? But California has the biggest poverty. It spends tons of money on homeless. These corporations are making a killing off of poverty because they've found a way that they can market it. Because we all
Moose, I got
continue
a
to vote.
California story for you. Ah ha ha.
You have California what?
I have a California story for you.
Well, I have a question for Moose before that.
Yeah,
so
ask.
you used to vote blue, and are you saying that you turned and you started voting red for a while, and you noticed?
No, I completely stopped voting at all.
So you went from blue to not voting, not from blue to red, then not voting?
No, because I determined, because I have a conscience and I have a moral compass, and I see that the individuals that we are presented are not the best, not the brightest, not nearly qualified to do what they're supposed to be doing, and I believe that they're evil. If I believe that I'm voting for evil, I will not do it. It is a principle. It is once I got that in my heart and in my mind, it has not changed. I have not swayed from it. It's very much similar to the
So write in your mama's name.
No, I agree with everything he just said, and I support that. It makes sense to me.
And I'm fine with
I
you
just
guys
don't
voting.
like the
I support
candidates
you
that
voting.
I vote for on my ballot or everything you said. They're unqualified, incompetent, stupid. They don't always run the best candidates. I don't think they're evil, but they're not always the best choices. But I still have to pick between, unless I want to put in the work to get my own candidates on the ballot, which is extra work. I pick with whatever the people came up with for that election. But I'm not at the like evil part yet. But if you are, it makes perfect sense what you just said, why you would not vote, because that's staying true to your conscience.
Removing yourself from the system solves nothing.
It is a valid solution for some people, and I would not want them to not have that option if that's what works for them.
It's an individual right, just like you have the right to vote, and I 100% back your right to vote. I may have different beliefs, right, and I shared my beliefs. You don't have to share those beliefs with me, but once I share my beliefs, that's it. We can go about our day. You vote, I don't. Who cares, right?
There's some kind of common American something that holds us together, like because it's happening right now above all these differences or beneath all these differences. If we can just figure out what that is.
That music's gonna get you a strike. That music stopped.
Oh, that's my music. I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't even hear music. Oh no, Nancy, you got to go. Sorry, I can't.
No, she turned it off. She turned it off.
Was there music playing? Did anyone hear music in the audience?
I didn't hear it.
I told you when it started. She's fine.
Okay.
That's why I was talking over the music. But anyways, I'm not even mad about it. I see a lot of things happening. I see a lot of people making excuses for why they're not doing what's true and what's right and not getting the job done. Like, I go through life and I'm trying to make sure that I get my shit done regardless. Like, I may be hurting. My back may be like, at the point where I'm like, I want to take some aspirin or something, but I'm like, fuck it. Just keep working. Just keep working. Just anything, any little thing. Like, I don't expect everybody to be like me, and I don't expect everyone to run a mile a minute or whatever, but I just expect people to be themselves and be okay with being true to whatever their compass is telling them. Like, I'm tired of people telling you, hey, you need to go down and get this medical thing, or you need to do this, or oh, this is, gatekeeping. The whole gatekeeping thing, that's crazy. That's divisive tactics. That's division. I was talking to somebody about the motorcycle the other day, right? They're like, oh, that's not a motorcycle, that's a moped, blah. Who gives a shit? You know, all this shit doesn't matter, right? You know, you're wearing horns on your head. Who gives a shit? You know what I'm saying? What really matters is what we do in this life, like the action that we put forth. You know, I do believe in the creator. I do believe in being kind to people. I do believe in positive vibrations that pass and negative vibrations that also pass. And so I just try to be a light to the world. And I can't with good conscience vote. I can't do it. Like I literally cannot walk into that
You
vote
shouldn't. Don't.
and feel good about it.
Don't.
So it's weird. It's weird to see the you know, after the whole Rona thing and seeing people fired up about medical stuff, it got me noticing these patterns in people. It's like if you don't think the way they think, then you can't be friends or whatever. And it's like when I was growing up, you could be Democrat and Republican, same family, sit at the table, talk smack to each other, have a little fun, and then at the end of dinner, everybody's having a good time and they go home.
It's gotten more divisive, and it seemed to come more from the left. Like the people on the right, I know, are still okay with hanging out with liberal. It's like the liberals got really about people on the right and started demonizing them and avoiding them.
And they're the ones that are supposed to be accepting. You're supposed to be accepting
unless
of
you're,
people and their
unless you're on
culture,
the right,
their
or
beliefs.
white, male, Christian, whatever patriarchy thing they have in their head.
And all that stuff is not a positive. None of that, the all that crap, the feminism movement, all that crap is just negative stuff that's on television.
I think
pounded
Trump's
into everybody's
election
head.
crystallized a lot of that in their, like, solidified it as a modern mythology.
Well, I prophesized a few years ago. I told my wife, I said, look, I said, Biden's going to win the presidency, and then Trump's going to win the next one. And he's going to be the last American president. So if that's true in a couple of years, then you'll know that, you know, I called it. I call a lot of this shit. But I know for a fact that Trump is an actor. He's acted on many shows. He's, you know, and he's been in the WWE, had his own show. He's a businessman who got his money from his daddy, and he was also friends with the Clintons for many years. He was always a Democrat. So when he ran for Republican, I thought that was kind of fishy, right? And I looked into it, and the more I looked into Trump, the less I believe any of the garbage. Like, he literally is just he's a puppet. He's a puppet on the stage. He's gonna be up there because that's what
You think
that's
he
what
actually would listen to somebody else? He's so bullheaded that somebody could actually puppet him successfully.
Do you see how we interact on panels and how we could have fun and get into characters and we can play games?
Mm-hmm.
I think very well they could. I think very well. Every single one of them is capable of it, and I think they did. I think they all played games throughout the whole last 4 years, and there's so much evidence to like support that claim. Like where you see like Nancy Pelosi, she puts on a mask right before she gets on stage, right? Wasn't wearing a mask with anybody around, right? But now she's on stage. Now she's got to put one on for the camera, right? Or when you see Nancy Pelosi walking to his staff room, I'm just using Nancy Pelosi because
I remember when they dressed up in that those African
Nobody talks
outfits.
about Barbara Lee. Barbara Lee is my congresswoman from Oakland. She's a national hero. She was the one congressperson to vote against little wiener top Bush having all the war powers. She was the one person in Congress to vote no on his ass. I love her. She is my congresswoman. Nancy Pelosi's across the bay. I don't even know her. I'm just saying. Barbara Lee, though.
That's fine. I believe that, like, you know, everybody's capable of good and evil, and I don't think that all politicians are inherently evil, but I do not believe that politicians are good at all.
You don't think they're just people like the rest of us that get in office and do the best they can for the most part.
They're
the
not
most
fucking paid that much.
This is the quote. Oh, they're not paid that much. Oh, go look at how much they started when they went into politics, and look how much they have now. A lot of them have
The
millions.
lobbyists
Moose,
and
we
all
need
that
to get
shit.
you
But
elected.
their
We
base
need to get you into
salaries are not
politics.
that much.
So what was that question before, Jeff? Because I was going to answer that.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember. About. Oh, do you don't think they're just ordinary people trying to do the best they can?
Oh, ordinary people. Okay, so the quote I'm going to give you is the one quote that cannot be superseded by anybody. Nobody has ever been able to, what do you call it, debunk it. Power concedes nothing. Okay? Unlimited power will never concede power. When you have power, that's it, dude. When you get power, that shows the true test of your character. It shows who you are.
Yeah.
When
If
you
you
get
know,
that
if
taste
you
of
want to
power,
know a man, give him power.
and look at them. Look at the people we got right now. And tell me they're great men and women that are patriots of this country trying to protect us.
I'm sure you could find some. Are there any politicians you admire?
I would say, I do like Ron Paul a little bit. I like Rand Paul a little bit, but there's a lot bad about those people too, just like everybody.
Because they're
There's all-
human, just like us. Just if you elected
we're all
anybody in this
fallen, yes.
panelverse to an office, you would get a mix of good impulses, some conscious, some like animal instincts, and some corruption.
Yeah, but we
Like,
used to work
all
together.
within one person.
We used to work together though, to get stuff done, and now we're not getting stuff done. Oh,
Oh,
that's
I didn't know
neat.
about that. I didn't know he wanted to abolish the Americans would. Yeah, but even the getting stuff done part, it's always been
Hi,
like a
baby.
slow process. And I think like the bureaucracy is getting bigger and bigger, and the bigger it gets, the slower it gets. So I think that's part of the inertia from getting things done. I don't know if it's individuals not being able to act so much as it is the pace of government.
Yeah, government needs to be scaled down. I'll agree with that.
It's not at that scale. It's not efficient. It's not streamlined. I even see it at the state level. It's because I used to work. I worked for the county, so I got to see mostly the county level, and that's a little bit better. But once you get down to the county level, it becomes kind of manageable. But it's really at like the city and lower level, like city councils or school boards, community councils, that it's really at a scale where people can participate in a realistic way and actually get change moving at a reasonable pace.
Well,
My
you get
biggest
people like
problem with
Trump,
government. I'm sorry.
and no, it's all good, Nancy. And Trump did the Operation Warp Speed, right? And everybody praises him for that. Operation Warp Speed, which got all the it got all the medicine onto the market in record time without having trials, right? Well, I'm totally against that. And see, nobody can actually, of course, giving
Well,
things
we were in an
Hold on. He had people that he had to rely on who he thought was telling him the truth.
Doesn't matter if I knew the truth back then. Then what makes him any different?
You know, one thing that really pisses me off about Trump, he turned his back on Hong Kong.
We just
he's a no-war president. Well, we should have stuck up for Hong Kong.
That's how it's supposed to do it. But I mean, we weren't self-employed now. We just sold.
Chris, I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but can you?
Yeah, you're coming in distorted.
Yeah, I think it's 2023. Yeah.
He's not even talking to us.
Oh, okay. Let me put him on.
You gotta be kidding me. That's just broadcasting excellence. Like, that's something Moose would do. All right. So yeah, so Trump, like, the first thing he did, right, that was a clear giveaway, was like, oh, we're gonna lock up Hillary Clinton, right? You know, he had you guys all fooled, thinking, oh, Hillary's going to jail, all that stuff. First thing he does, oh, Hillary's a great lady. First thing he does. You can't tell me that you're not hoodwinked, folks. Trump is not a hero.
I didn't even
Trump's
watch
not gonna
that
save you.
Hillary shit. That was a goddamn circus.
I just look at my values and what's important to me, and this DEI stuff I've been looking at. Trump seems to be more on my side in wanting to try to curb it, and Biden seems more on the side of wanting to increase it. So just little things like that make it easy for me to clearly see that one person's working for what's important to me over the other, who's working in the opposite direction.
If you vote for Trump, I love you for voting. Okay, just please, everybody vote for real.
Nancy,
I'm gonna vote. I mean, they make it very easy here. They just send it in the mail. I sign it. I throw it in the mailbox. It's all free. So I'll
that's
vote.
part of my
Love voting
point,
by
Jeff.
mail.
It's part of my point. It's so easy, man. It's so easy to feel connected and so easy to feel like we did something great and like we're making changes. And
I mean,
like our
I'm not
communities-
expecting world-shaking change with my one vote. I have a very realistic.
You're a very realistic expectations kind of guy, but I mean, we got people out here like Nancy and other people. We got tons of young people. It's not an insult. I'm just saying, you are passionate about voting, right? You are passionate. My wife is passionate
I'm
about
passionate
voting.
about reality.
Okay?
I don't know
And
why
so-
it's a curse.
And so, like, when you're passionate about voting, like that passionate, right? It's like almost trying to bring me to church. Like, you're not going to bring me to church, Nancy. Like, I don't believe that the church is the place you find God.
Don't vote.
I
If
believe
you don't want to vote, don't vote. It's none of my business.
Yeah, I support you not voting. The reasons you gave for me for not voting is something very deeply held that I respect about you. That you're that principled enough to carry that out into your voting or not voting. So I don't
You'll
have an
never
issue
see-
with it at all. If
you'll
anybody
never see-
messes with you for not voting, I'll beat them up.
You'll never see change that way, though. The
We're
change
going
you
to
want.
see change no matter what. Change is inevitable. It's like the
Yeah,
one constant.
change. Yeah, see, that's the.
I'm not worried about
That's
change.
all we have to raise
Stasis is
our
the one
voices
thing
as
I'm not worried
Americans.
about.
That's all I'm saying.
That's the big fallacy I was doing. I was going, oh, the change isn't happening. Change isn't happening. What I meant was the change that I want in this world wasn't happening that way. So I stopped doing that way because that way doesn't work for me. If that works for you, Chuck, I wholeheartedly believe that that's the way you should do it. But my way to see change in this world is by doing it myself. By watching it myself, by actually, if I want to plant the fucking tree, I'm going to go plant the tree. I'm not going to have somebody else do it because they're going to half-ass it. I've got to do it myself. You know, like, that's just the way it is. Like, I don't have
We
faith
are
in
going to
anyone else
have
to
a
do what
government,
needs to be
though.
done.
If you don't want to vote, fine with me. It's not I'm nobody's mama. But here we are going to have a government. We are going to have police forces. That is going to be a thing. So we get to choose to make a choice about who those people are. And that to me is just a great power
That's
that
your
Americans
permission.
have.
You're giving permission to another man and woman to rule over you. I'm not.
Well, but we kind of do that
You're
as a
giving
society. That's
permission
what
for
a
other
state is, or a
assholes all
government
over the
is.
country to choose our represented officials.
Right? No, I'm
You're
not.
giving up your
No,
voice.
see,
You're
I'm not
giving up
giving you
your
permission.
voice.
Like,
You're
if you were to be a
because when
police
you don't
officer
vote,
and take me to jail,
other
right?
Has the right
morons
to
are going
not
to vote in your
participate
place.
in the system, and he's choosing that. That's as much of a right as the right to participate in it, at least in America.
I agree.
And the only reason I'm so hard about it on you, Nancy, is because I want you to realize how much you push away people when you do that. Because
But
if you
you
want
wouldn't get to
somebody,
live.
if you want to inspire somebody to vote, you need to know how to articulate yourself and tell people why they need to vote. You need to be able to tell them all the changes that have impacted your life that are good, that have come from voting, and you need to be able to say it in such a passionate way, like you were telling me to vote, so that way you might inspire me to vote, kind of thing. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to help you out with your passion and your drive.
There wouldn't be no gay marriage without people voting.
Yeah, but why do you need a certificate from the government to say that you love somebody? Why do you need that?
Well, if you get legal
what does
benefits,
that
as
certificate
somebody
give you?
who lost a partner without that protection, my life would have been completely different if we had marriage. So there are actual practical, real world benefits that you get from it outside of just getting to say who you love.
Marriage is very often an economic agreement. We got married so my husband could get on my medical insurance.
Yeah, I mean, people get married for all kind of reasons. The point is, it's available. Like we have that institution in America, secular marriage or state marriage,
but
and
my
so we
point
have
is
it for
the
people that
government
want to use
the
it.
government should never have that right over you. The government doesn't own
Well,
that right.
that is one argument that's been put forward, but that would apply to any marriage. And that, in fact,
But-
Andrew Wilson and I kind of debated a little bit about that. And that's separate from the gay marriage thing, is whether we should have marriage at all.
That's the
You
only
can
reason
really
I
go
believe
out
in
in the
gay
woods
marriage
and
is
say,
because
I marry you and you marry me. But there's still not that civil agreement whereby you are mixing your money.
There's certain benefits you get from having a state, or at least the U.S. state, recognize your marriage. But I have no problem with religious. Like if churches want to do their own version of people for that faith and call it marriage and have a religious marriage that they all agree to, I have no problem with marriages outside of the state. I just want to have a state option that's available for citizens, for those that want it. That's kind of this government sanction.
and I'm cool with that. I'm 100% down with that. The way I feel the system should be is that there should be a system. If you want to share your resources, you could share your resources. You make a contract between two people. You have it notarized.
Yeah, that's
and
called a wedding license.
But as long as it's available to all couples, the problem was that this marriage thing was not available to male couple, like same-sex couples for a while. I would have no problem with the government doing something like civil marriage, and then churches having something called religious marriage that people could do if they wanted to, and it was like,
and that's the thing, Jeff, is no church should ever be forced to do that, and no
I agree.
gay man or woman should ever be forced to not be able to have a marriage because of individual rights, right? Like nobody should be able to tell you that, hey, you need to bake my cake for my gay marriage. Like if some Christian person doesn't want to do that or whatever, that is their individual right. I don't believe it's hate. I don't believe it's any of that shit. I just
the Supreme Court agrees with you, because they ruled, and I think they made the right choice, that baking a cake is an expression. It counts as expression on your part, and you shouldn't be forced to express something that doesn't reflect your values.
And I think that it's important, like in this month, since everybody's celebrating Pride, to remember that there's a lot of us individuals who are straight who voted to help get you guys gay marriage, right? Because it's an individual freedom, it's an individual right. It is something that you inherently, by being born, should have it. No, it is
now because of people like Moose. Because of people like Moose, it is now. That's what he's saying.
All right.
People that are cowards, people that don't stand for what's right and true, and people that aren't willing to go up against the unknown and the scary. Like, you have to be willing to do whatever you have to do for what your principles are. And I believe individual freedom is the most important.
Especially as an American, for sure. And one reason I'm doing what I do.
Proposition 8 was on the ballot in California, the anti-gay marriage thing, and it passed. And thank God it was overturned in court. But I remember voting against it. Because, of course, gay marriage. Yes. So I voted against Prop 8.
But let me tell you what's happening now.
Sick, because why am I even voting on this? It's none of my goddamn business. Right? Why was that even on the ballot? The gay marriage should just be
Well, because we didn't automatically have people weren't born with gay
I
marriage,
know,
so
I
it had to
know.
go through the political process like everything else. Women's suffrage,
But it made me feel
civil
so
rights,
icky to
all
even
that
vote
other
on that
stuff.
issue because it was
Like
none of
the
my
United
business.
States is not perfect, so to say, why didn't we just automatically have all this magical Disney stuff from the start? It's just not realistic. But let me tell you why I do what I do right now. Because when I was fighting for gay marriage and gay rights and visibility and coming out of the closet and all that, I had almost every single straight friend of mine in my life support me. I would not be able to have what I have today if it were not for my straight allies like Moose and those kind of people. And right now, the straight white men are under attack the same way we were back in the 90s, and they were standing up for me then, and I cannot turn my back on them now. I need to stand up for the people that were standing up for me back when I needed them, and I can't just turn around and watch my straight friends get thrown under the bus by the LGBT and demonized like they are today when they were the ones
I'm
that
really confused because I'm not clear on how straight white men are being victimized by anybody.
Well,
It's a narrative.
Take a look at. Okay, I just showed the DEI order that
I'm saying though,
Biden
it's a
listed, and he
story
had
that's
all
happening.
these different groups that it applied to, and straight white men were not one of those groups.
For what?
Go, would you say, Lanza?
Uh,
For the DEI, all that DEI initiatives, like
I
protected class.
mean, I think we're all equally under attack in some way, shape, or form. Plus, our senses and stuff are limited, so we only see X amount of things, and there's a lot of money and corporatized incentive to actually show you exactly what they want you to think.
So, like each side is kind of manipulating the story.
I mean, there's never been a story, I don't think, that's ever been not manipulated. It's very hard, I would think, to find one. I think that's why people write autobiographies.
Jeff, there was an instance in New York. It happened multiple times. On the Republican side of New York, they would print one paper of the New York Times. On the other side, the Democratic side, they would print their side. They play both sides all the time. And the thing is if they lie to you once, you know, if it's a white lie, oh, maybe it's all right. You know, whatever, you can let it slide. But come on, man, how many times are these people going to lie to us before we're like, okay, are we really going to keep trusting the people that continually tell us the wrong story?
Well, I mean, I don't know which one of them have lied to me. Even with the woke stuff, it's not like they're lying. They're pretty open about wanting to push it. It's just not something I agree with, so I'm going to vote to stop them every chance I get.
That was more for a Chuck. That was more of a Trump comment, actually. Sorry.
All right.
I was trying to be polite, but Chuck, I mean, come on, man.
Oh, don't worry about that here.
How many times is he gonna lie to us and tell you he's gonna save the world before you realize that Trump's not a godsend?
Good question. Fair, honest.
Trump's creepy. Trump is creepy. That's my
Wait,
opinion.
what? Hold on now. Chuck's
What I do now?
Here.
I'm fixing lunch for my invalid wife. What I do now?
You creep
Chuck stopped the show again.
Yep. It's Chuck's fault. Blame Chuck.
Mr. Selfish over here, just sitting around thinking he
No,
can't
not
get blamed for things he didn't do.
Creepy, not Chuck. Oh my goodness. Trump is creepy. Trump creeps me out.
Oh, I thought she said Chuck.
Not the guy with the Trump avatar.
I heard both of them, but the Chuck one was funnier to go with.
That's true, bro.
Have you noticed I shut up for long periods of time? This is why.
But the question was,
Chuck,
yeah.
Chuck, I was asking you, how many times is it going to take Master Trump to lie to you before you realize he's not a godsend?
I didn't say he was a godsend. I wish we could get better people to run for office.
We should make an obstacle course in Antarctica, because if it was up to me, I think the devil's got hell on freezing. I think it's cold as shit in hell. And I think that if we put all the candidates into not Alaska, but Antarctica, and then we put like a race, like the Warrior Dash, and they have to go through these obstacles, whoever makes that can be president, as far as I'm concerned. I don't even care about their race or anything. Anybody who can just survive that, I will trust them to lead the rest of the world.
Man, you know, the biggest thing they really fooled us with Obama was the whole racial division thing. Because every time they try to divide us, all they do is divide and conquer. They take over. America's supposed to be, you know, together. We're supposed to be Americans. We're all supposed to be brothers and sisters watching each other's backs.
I do have a happy America story from communist Oakland.
We're going to need to hear that.
Okay, well, I moved into this building.
Wait, what kind of story is it?
It's a rent control story. It's a story about communist Oakland and what's good about America.
Yeah, weather. Okay.
In 1996. I knew jack shit about rent control. It was a crack neighborhood at the time. And I moved in, but it's a rent-controlled building, so the landlord can only raise my rent like 3% a year. Okay, when I moved in, the rent was $410 a month.
Woo!
Right now, the rent, including gas for heat and cooking,
I would kill somebody who lives for $400 a month.
Now, go ahead, man.
Maybe right now it's 800 something and 15 cents. They just had to hit that 15 cents.
15 cents?
Yeah,
I would give them the 15 cents and be like, if it's so important, here's the 15 cents. I'll keep the rest.
The people across the hall, though, and this boy's moving out to cheaper digs because they are paying for my same apartment in the Mirror. They're paying $2,300 a month.
Yeah.
Because when people move out, the landlord can raise the rent
all
they want to. But I'm not moving any goddamn where.
Hell yeah, hell no. If you're paying around $400 or $500 a month for an apartment in Oakland, shit.
Well, no, it's under 900 right now. But
Still
it's
not
still
bad.
not no 2,300. Jesus Christ.
Well, no, we're paying $1,700 here. So in Irving, Texas. So
I was once in Oakland, and I was at this person's house, and they go ahead. Yeah, no, I was once at this little place in Oakland, and outside there was furniture, and I was like, I remember like being amazed. I'm like, man, what the hell do you guys do when it, in my head I'm thinking, what do you guys do when it rains? So I asked someone, and they looked at me like I was crazy, and they were like, it never rains. And I'm like, so you just leave couches outside? They're like, yeah, all the time.
It does not rain here from like May till sometimes October.
I know. I was like, you guys want me to help bring the furniture in? They're like, bring the furniture in? What are you working? They're like, no, it stays there.
And you throw tarps over it or drag it into the garage or something. But no, it does not rain here all summer.
Yeah.
It's awful.
I think, Moose's question was like, what? Was about how Chuck needs to have some sort of belief in another man for his safety and stuff like this.
That's what he was claiming.
Yeah, he was saying that you need to simp for like the politicians or something.
Yeah. When he knows that my avatar is strictly to start up conversation.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I never even saw that it says for Trump on there.
Tennessee for Trump. You got it.
I just figured you were a dude from like Alabama or something, and you had an underground domicile where you grew experimental homunculi and also
like,
food.
Like a boys from Brazil kind of situation?
Are you familiar? You guys familiar with the homunculi?
Yeah, from Alpha.
You need to buy
Really?
some?
Are they like
little creatures that they make? Little,
Yeah. They don't
live
like
in-
sunlight though.
It's like this thing. It's like
the locusts.
you want to know the hardest thing to do though is to grow a homunculi that can sit in one of those boats that are in one of those bottles, and you can captain the ship inside of the bottle.
Well, who do you think builds the ship inside the bottle? Somebody's got to build it.
God.
Yeah, in that case.
Gentlemen, love you much, but I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go take care of my jasmine plants.
No, you
in the
don't.
garden.
No, you don't. You're making excuses. You're trying to be nice, but it's actually rude.
Man, you really know how to work that.
Be rude. No, I gotta go take care of my jasmine plants, and I'm about on the limit of my sitting on my ass time today. So love you much, but I gotta go. Okay, bye-bye.
I love Nancy.
I think that was
Daniel gets my avatar. He knows why I do that.
Oh, Moose. I didn't catch this. I don't know. We'll just refer to.
That's not what I said. I misunderstood
You
the
guys,
question.
you guys ever seen Upright Citizens Brigade?
I don't know if Chris is about to play a game of basketball or be an extra in a rap video.
Oh, no, Lanza, this was our celebration gear.
Sorry.
I don't know if you saw, but we made S tier today on
What is that?
Young's new tier list.
I'm glad I'm
we're
not the only
celebrities
one.
now. We're too good.
What
for
is that?
We're up there with
You said
JJ
PF
McCullough
Chang's?
and
You got a
Blu-ray.
chicken sandwich or something?
No, oh, it's even better than chicken sandwich. We might actually get our subscribers. Here, I'm gonna show you. There
You got on some sort of thing where it has get some views?
He got on
Maybe.
some nobody.
Or I mean like some
channel.
what?
Look, we beat out the Crucible.
Oh.
Crucible was on. Andrew Wilson was on D level tier.
What
We
about
beat
this?
out
Tell me
Andrew-
the story. Is there
Huh?
Andrew Wilson.
what's the
was
story?
here.
What happened?
I'm
Do
sorry.
you know what a tier list is? Where they rate different, like video gamers use it to rate different things.
Just
Not really, no.
PF Young rated. He rated
Yeah,
some
just
of
pull
his
up the
favorite
image,
YouTube
pull up the
channels,
still from the video.
and we got rated in the S tier, the highest tier there is, with
What?
JJ McCullough and
Put the
J
still from the
Ray.
video.
Is there a video of this?
Yeah,
it's a
just
little
put-
confusing.
All right, well, let me
Brown
see
Boy.
the
I need to
video
make a
because
clip of just that
yeah.
one part.
You know, a picture's worth
I'm
a thousand
gonna-
words. I'm about to go tell a
I'm gonna
customer that
have-
right now.
Oh, wait a minute. It looks like he did he timestamp it? He timestamped it. Watch, we're gonna watch it again. Hang on. I'm gonna play it right now.
Chris is trying to be all humble. He's like, no, it's time consuming. Let's not watch our victory or something. The way he
That's
said
what
it
I'm
was.
saying. I said no. What I was going to say is that I'm going to now. We got our disability approval thing today, which is a
For
godsend.
who?
Oh yeah,
For who,
and
Chris?
Chris got his decision letter.
Yeah.
That Lindsay's
Well,
getting.
honestly, to me, I like that. That's probably my favorite news.
Both of you guys.
Well, wait, you
Chris?
haven't seen this news yet. Watch this news.
Just Lindsay
Jeff,
right now. but-
S tier, the
Oh.
gay Satanist moderator of PFM Media, the OG. Him and Chris have their streams, I believe, every day. Jeff is a good guy, and he's been moderating the PF Young chats for some time. I don't know if he's been doing it as of late, but absolute S tier orbiter. And really, if you don't have a gay Satanist moderator in your sphere, then what are you even doing? Wick from Wick TV, B tier. Why?
Look,
Oh, bullshit.
that
That's the same crap Rant
word to your
does.
mother.
I thought PF John Young.
Jealous.
I thought
Gotta
PF
pay
Young was like
attention.
a philosopher or something from like the 1200s
Oh,
or
you're talking
something.
about Carl Jung from the late 18. Early
See, now why do we
1900s.
have Carl's Jr. and PF Shanks, and you're telling me philosophy hasn't influenced society?
No, I've never told you that. I'm the
Oh
one
man, can
trying
you
to
imagine it? Can you
know
imagine if
just how
there was a
embedded philosophy is
combination
in society.
Charles Jr. and PF Chang's in the same place? You know?
One time, this is so unrelated, but one time I was at this bar mitzvah, and I was in this. Actually, we were in the elevator, and when I went to walk, my pocket had some change in it, and it jingled, and the guy next to me goes $2.48. It's because, and I go, how? I go, what? He goes, the change in your pocket, $2.48. I go, how do you know that? He goes, I could hear how much change was in your pocket just from hearing it jingle.
Was he right?
I just made that entire story up.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, I meant to say Paul did start a Patreon recently. I'll put that link.
I ain't doing that.
What's his PF Jang or something? What was it?
PF Jung.
It's Grift. PF Grift.
Young, Chang.
Yeah,
Grift.
if he was
Grift.
if he was one of the if he got selected to a house in Hogwarts, he would be in the Gryffindor.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, no, see the PF Young.
We're
Young
all in Gryffindor.
No, is he though?
Put Carl's Jr. and then he could be PF Young Carl Jr.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. So what is it? What is it? I think I've heard, like I said, there's associations. I believe he's piggybacking off of subconsciously for views. But
who? That's it.
PF Jang or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
So you say like,
Paul.
Does he have like a lot of views or something? Does he have like 200K subscribers? Like what's he look?
Well
Oh really?
his way.
I think
He's
So how
our
does he
panel
do-
daddy. That's where Chris and I started from. We met on his channel and spun
Oh.
off a community from his channel.
Yeah,
a lot of us met there.
Generally speaking, he's only come up on our panel just to troll us and like call us murder or warmongers. So
I've never seen him here.
Warmongers.
It's very rare. It's very rare.
Okay.
So Chris,
I'm gonna have a plaque made up for me and Jeff though, where I'm just gonna make a plaque that says like, you know, it's gonna have a big S on it to be like S tier, you know, rated by PF Young Incorporated. or
he's
whatever.
a nobody.
He has 22,000 subscribers, but
He's a nobody.
JJ McCullough, who I'm in the S tier with, has 950K, almost 1 mil. How much does J-Reg have? That's the tier.
J-Reg's got over a million.
Running in, guys. 510,000 subscribers.
Oh, really? He only has
Almost a
510,000?
million.
I
from
thought
McCullough.
J-Reg was way
Those
bigger.
are Robin levels. Like
Chris, everybody was
Destiny
over talking you earlier.
Boss.
Did both of you guys get your letters?
No, it's just Lindsay right now. They put me in for another supplemental hearing in September 30th, so I had to wait a little while. But
Shit.
But,
Well, I
but
never
Lindsay
did
getting
think
hers,
you were
but see
getting
that means we don't have to worry until I get my letter, and then we can move. So you know, it's great news all along. You know, so
Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
I mean, this was just happening while I was muted off the thing. That was just happening on the phone. So.
Oh wow.
Lots to celebrate today.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do? Party in
I
the
don't know,
Discord?
like me and Lindsay are taking a couple small shots to celebrate.
Chris, you ought to lay off that.
Are you better? Are you over your fever, your cold, or whatever? Because that's what happened last time.
Well, I'm only taking like a total of 1 ounce of alcohol, so I should be all right.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Carl Young had a story about that.
Does it?
Yeah.
What's up?
I was trying to explain to Jeff on his other show, and then he got lambasted with neurodivergence.
What happened?
Was that last night when Lindsay and I were up there? We were talking about Carl Young and some other.
Oh, and then Ken
and then you got bombarded by Noel and Ken and.
Yeah, I wish there was a way to like have multiple rooms going at once. Where that's what we could do on Zoom, and then they could have their own room.
Because no doubt their social cues were off. There's no doubt.
What about their social? What about their social P's though? How were their P's though?
I didn't see the notification of the stream last night.
I don't taste their P's, so I couldn't tell you.
The keys to the P's and Q's.
No, it's like because you said their Q's were good, so I was like, what about their P's and Q's here?
In the me's and U's.
C-U-E Q, not the letter Q. I know you're trying to make a joke.
Wait, that was me trying to make a joke. I apologize. I didn't mean to sound that stupid.
I didn't mean to be funny. I wasn't trying to.
Oh my god!
I forget what I'm doing halfway through
Chris,
it.
can you hand me that bottle? Will you pass me that bottle?
Oh, by the way,
that's not
y'all
funny.
probably
Though.
know this.
That was a test. Chuck
Hang
is
on, we
my
haven't recorded
MK
that.
holder.
Oh, my
Sorry.
brand.
That's your
That's
brand.
my brand. Yep.
Oh, that's I used to get that in Vegas. That was one of the
How
cheap
do you say
brands.
it backwards?
Listen, y'all, we have some news. Y'all probably know this, but Hunter Biden his trial is starting now too.
For what?
And
What's he in
midlife
trouble for? He's
Logic
never done anything wrong.
will stream on it today.
The gun and the drugs.
What? That was from like 2-3 years ago?
No, Lanza, go look. In 3 hours, you can go talk about it with Midbro. He's doing a whole stream.
Nobody's talking to Midbro about anything.
God, I'm telling you.
Get to the truth.
I had hopes for him.
No, are you kidding me?
What happened?
When? That's what his
What
parents said
happened to
too,
Midbro?
Chuck.
He's one of
When I first met him, I had hope. But
I don't even know if I'm talking
What
about the same
dash?
person.
Midlife Bro Logic?
Barnaby,
Barnabas.
or Barnabas,
We beat the
Midlife
men
Bro
on
Logic.
film, Baby Reindeer review.
No, I don't know who the baby ain't. No.
Oh,
Bald-headed guy, kid.
No, I think his name is just so unimpressive that I'm just thinking of somebody else without even knowing him.
Oh, okay. Well, regardless, this person that we're talking about is doing what happened with him to disappoint you so much?
He seems a little left on his views of things.
Really? He seems way more red pill to me. He's like
Yo.
one of the manosphere bros.
You mean women hater?
No, women critics, women critical, let's say.
Women.
Okay, maybe
Incel. I was told that the meaning of incel is now someone who criticizes feminism, and me and Barnabas are both proud incels. It used to mean somebody who can't get laid, even if they
All right,
try.
what's red?
Oh my God.
Part of the incel.
Give me a definition now.
I may
red
be
pill.
that too, but I'm definitely the one that
Yeah,
criticizes.
yeah. What is the definition of? I don't know red pill. I don't know black pill. I don't know any of these pillars.
We're gonna
Blue
find
pill,
the pillars.
gray pill.
No, man. What do you think? I got time to study their insanity?
Oh, he's
Someone
gonna
who
look it up.
identifies as, so it's involuntary, but they identify as it somehow at the same time. So it's will, conscious choice, but it's also involuntary. It stands for involuntarily celibate. You're so unattractive, or your personality is so repugnant that you can't
that's
find
incel.
anybody to lay in bed with you for even a few seconds.
What's red pill?
Well, that meaning has changed too because of Andrew Tate.
Oh,
I know. That's what.
Pickup artist,
That's
but it
why
used
I'm
to
I mean,
be.
if it's going to change, and why even care what the hell it is today?
Right.
That's why I don't
It's going
like
to change
Andrew
tomorrow.
Wilson.
Why use language at all?
Exactly.
Andrew Wilson
Because we used to
changes
be.
words all the time.
Okay, you guys want to try something?
Like the Tim Allen thing and just run at each other, right?
I
All
want to
right,
try
guys.
something.
All right, look, we got 4 people here. We got Jeff, we got Chris, we got Chuck, we got Easy. And so
Easy.
what I want to do is I want us to imagine a whiteboard, right? Just imagine the image of a whiteboard. And then I'm going to send a circle with a specific color to your guys' whiteboard. And then you guys can all tell me what it is.
Do we
Sounds
close
good.
our eyes or keep them open, or does it
You
matter?
can do whatever. Just I'm not sure, but I've never tried this or
I think I'm a
ever
strong.
I got a whiteboard if you want me to get it out.
All right.
If you got a whiteboard in your mind, I am right now.
Yeah.
I am sending this circle, and I'm imagining what it looks like right now.
It keeps changing. It's rainbow.
What color is
no.
it?
That's my rainbow mind.
No, hold on, guys. Wait.
Color. I'm too rainbow brained.
No.
Put
Okay,
this fork-
I'm sending it now.
I
What
think
color is
I'm
it?
How do we say without giving it away?
Just say it.
Is it orange?
Close. No. It's
See,
pink, dude. Okay, so
Oh, I would've
what I'm saying though is we used to be
My brain doesn't-
telepathic,
My pink sensor's broken.
and it's not my idea that a picture's worth 1,000 words. Okay. So you get all these like half
I love
coordinated. You get all these half coordinated artists out here with their little words trying to. I don't even know. Like, do people know they're supposed to be like painting pictures with their words? Do people
We
know
can
this?
just be sending. Cats can like they've hooked up sensors to cats' brains, and they got little images off of a cat brain, like little pictures of what a cat is
Cats
thinking.
don't have brains.
They have brains.
They're evil. They're
They
evil
might be.
little creatures.
They might be, but
That's why I
they're the
got
cutest
4 of
evil
them.
thing
Oh,
on the
by the
planet.
way, Chris, I started watching Evil. I watched the first episode, and I am getting
Yeah.
hooked in.
Can somebody tell me what red pill is?
I like how Chuck's like, cats are evil, and then Jeff's like, well, speaking of evil, hey Chris. He's like, hey Chris.
Subliminal messaging.
I'm trying to talk about telepathy, and you guys are too interested in who's evil.
I want to
don't
know what a
You're not doing it
stupid
very good.
pill.
But that's the problem. You're trying to talk about telepathy instead of.
I want pills.
demonstrating it.
Give
You're
me
not
a
wrong.
red pill. Give me a
Those
red
who need
pill.
to talk about it can't do.
What is a red pill? And what pill am I? Do you guys
Okay,
think?
here's
I've
what the
actually
red
been
pill
pretty
is, the
realistic
way
with you
I
guys.
use it. It's the manosphere. It's focused on men. It's like awakening to how men are treated by women in society. And
That sounds like someone who eats red meat. I mean, that's.
And there's also the thing called pickup artists, which is like the Andrew Tate thing. And now people use red pill to mean pickup
Sorry.
artists. But originally it was a positive term associated with like men's rights and
Never heard of it,
like
ever.
All right.
I never heard of it ever.
There was a really good documentary called The Red Pill that this feminist did when she was exploring the men's movement, and she became sympathetic to the men's movement. And a lot
I'm
of feminists
sure.
rejected her after doing this movie.
I'm sure she wasn't trying to get all the friggin' dirt she could.
excellent
She's just a
documentary
good Christian. What's the opposite? Blue pill? Don't tell me it's blue pill.
Is where you think like people call me blue pill too because I'm not all black pilled about
I
society.
wouldn't waste my time saying that.
I don't, but they waste.
Give me
the
the
time saying-
definition. Blue pill, black pill, gray pill.
Yeah, get
How
the
many pills
spectrum of
are
pill.
there?
I think this is Pride
Pill
Month. We all
spectrum.
need to be rainbow pilled. Everybody needs to get gay pilled.
Well, I realize the 3 of y'all are celebrating this month. You know.
Gay it up. Chuck shaved
Have
his
you guys
head.
ever heard of Pill Gates?
He's up here.
Listen, guys, I'm not going to say the reason, but I think we can all use our imagination here and figure out why his company is called Microsoft.
I know.
Oh Lord, just full of them. I thought only old people did that kind of stuff.
Or Asian people.
I mean, he did call his company Microsoft. There's no getting around.
Well, usually the incels used to be the passport bros.
I thought incels were people that couldn't get it up, that couldn't have sex
Right.
with anybody.
They're
Well, they
involuntarily celibate.
Right. They couldn't get a woman to like them. So all these guys went to
Except
Asia,
it's subjective.
Taiwan.
It's people that have subjectively convinced themselves that they're not going to get laid.
I tell my right hand that all the time, and the left hand gets jealous. Oh, he left.
Oh, he jetted. Well,
Where'd
we
you
can
go,
we can
Brownie?
start down. I've been going for a while. What'd you say, Chuck?
I was wondering what happened to Brown's boy?
Where what?
Where Adam went. Brown's boy.
Oh, he probably just dropped out.
Oh.
Is that what they were talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I forget. So midlife's going to cover the Hunter Biden thing.
Yeah, in a few hours, and then Talcott and the usual crew. Flo will probably be streaming.
I know Flo was up all night, and then he was going to get a couple hours of sleep and go to work with you. Tell me for about 4 hours. So, what do you think about the Hunter Biden thing?
I don't even know enough about it. I remember in 2020 there was some laptop accusations, and that's about the time I stopped following it. I just had no.
I know that
interest.
people have tried to trick me into looking at pictures of his dick before, and I avoided it.
Oh,
I
no.
didn't even get that. They didn't even. I didn't even get that one.
Whoa, what's up? Whoa. Oh, I didn't know what that was.
Sorry, I'm muting.
Okay. Well, if you're muting and everyone's leaving, we might as well wrap the panel up and head on.
Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Let's wrap it up, folks.
Wrap it up. Like buh. That's all, folks.
See you on the
and I'm bumping my regular stream that would be going on right now to tomorrow. The Hero's Journey thing. There's no way I'm going to try to do another topic after the DEI thing this morning.
You guys on Discord. Bye.
The what? Oh, okay. Take care. See you on Discord. All right. That's it, everybody. I'll be back. If not tonight, what's today? Wednesday? Then tomorrow on I'll do that Hero's Journey romance topic that I was going to do today. So we'll see then. Keep having fun or not, being stressed, miserable, aggrieved, frightened, despair, whatever emotion you're locked into until you get another one. We're here to help. I'm wrapping up anyway, Chuck. I'm like, my fumes are winding down. Okay, let's see the guns. I don't even know about the guns and cocaine. Wow. So and this was actual charges around a gun and cocaine. That sounds intense. Wow, that sounds as bad, or at least I don't know, what are these people involved in? That sounds as concerning as anything that the Trump family might be involved in. Guns and cocaine. Wow. Well, the American drama continues. The American saga. All right, I'm going to eat and see everybody in Discord. Or tomorrow. Or tonight. Or sometime. Take care. YouTube will notify you. Like and subscribe. Oh my God. I was hornless this whole time.